Oh, Brandon's here. So Brandon, how are you holding up out there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, my feet are dry right now. Um, so that's the good news. Uh, it's pretty terrible
Mm,
through a third of the town. I was out documenting it Sunday when the breach happened, and uh, it's a mess out there.
I'm sorry. That,
Yeah, I mean, kind of goes, maybe it goes without saying. I may be in and out of this meeting quite a
yeah.
bit. Uh, so if I am non-responsive, it's because I'm terrible at what I do, and no, it's because I'm dealing with this flood. But
Yeah.
so just a heads up. I didn't know if folks knew or not, but
Oh, yeah, it's been in the news and those of us that follow Harney County news pretty closely, we're just all
But
over it.
you we lived out there in the early 80s when that whole basin flooded and was underwater for a couple of years, but it never came to town like that. I mean, I don't ever remember encroaching on on either town in any way like that. It was up the road out to Crane. I'll tell you that much. It was over the road down towards French Glen, but it was on the Narrows, but it didn't get to town like that.
Hmm.
so we have, and John alluded to this. We have seasonal flooding to a certain degree every spring,
Yeah.
and it is a giant flat floodland out there. From the Sylvies River on the edge of town, heading east all the way to 3 or so miles towards Crane. Even more than that, maybe 5 or even 7 miles. The This is the first time it's gotten into town since probably the 50s, uh, that we know of, that we have documented. We haven't had anything like this for quite some time. It's been a pretty terrible deal. On the nerdy technical side, I'm the floodplain administrator for the county, and I've spent the last almost 15 years working with FEMA Region 10 to update our county maps. And that was a challenge on many levels, but we got it done in 2022. It's a complex flood system out here. And one of the interesting and challenging parts of that project was dialing in what the flood extents would be projected in town in this very area that we're talking about. Uh, in 84, when the last maps were completed, they did a blanket coverage for large parts of downtown. And so it was heavily debated on whether or not flood protection systems were in place well enough based on engineering and uh, water amounts and velocity levels that could attribute to a better, more informed product for our flood insurance rate maps. And now I've got evidence of I can directly apply based on drone footage. Hopefully, when the dust settles on this, I can look at what we have as far as real-time data on this flood event and see how it compares to the work that the engineers did as part of that particular project.
Wow. Well, we're all thinking about you. So you pop in and out as you need.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
So Andrea, tell us more about this other Zoom link. Apparently there's another meeting Zoom link that a lot of people are over at. It's not the meeting room. Is this the waiting room? Is this what I understand? Ruby's looks
Yeah,
like
I'm going to throw John under the bus here. John sent us a message with an attachment and said the Zoom link's in there. So there were about 8 of us over there. It looks like slowly people are making their way over to this one.
okay. Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah.
All right, I just was in the other room and I think everybody's coming over here.
Okay. Thanks, Dan, for that. Looks like the link in the packet wasn't the same that people got in the email. All right, well, we'll spend the first 15 minutes of our meeting giving, sending thoughts to Harney County and hearing about what's going on there and waiting for folks to jump on over here. Oh, it looks like we've got a lot more folks.
Jamie, if we have some downtime, can I pick on Brandon for a second?
Sure, yeah. We're always up for picking on Brandon.
Yeah, it's just curious, Brandon. I'm assuming most of the worst flooding's on the east side of town there, but can you I'm I will not be going over there next week like I'd planned, but um I mean kind of how far to the west are you seeing water right now?
So the floodplain is a cumulative effect from local snow melt and runoff on the hills just above town, and of course the mountains that feed into the Sylvia's drainage. What happens as far as the amount and how fast it's coming is most likely a result of the fires that we had this summer. We had a massive amount of snowpack, of course, and it's in fact it's been from what I've heard, we've had the most snowpack in our area up in the hills since the 50s. So with that fire came the ability for this to move through a lot quicker into town. So we have, not only do we have a lot more, but we have it coming quickly. Most of it typically heads directly east. We have the Sylvia's River is the eastern boundary of the city of Burns. It is the city limit boundary, actually, and right on locals call it a levee, but it's more like a berm. And so it's certainly not a certified levee. And the Sylvia's River has a western berm that helps protect a lot of that infrastructure all the way from the Burns Paiute Tribe Reservation heading south into Burns. And so that berm, especially along the city of Burns, has always been a relatively effective protection for seasonal flooding. However, there are low points, especially over time when they get worn out. All of this is on private land. There's no city in holdings or anything like that. So you get over time these things wear out. They're not. There's no improvements made to them, and so you have the opportunity for a large event like this to easily breach it. And that's what happened north of town. So water breached an area we call North Broadway, which is just south of the reservation, but north of town. And that's how it infiltrated into the city of Burns for the most part. You have other overtopping elements to this that aren't considered breaches. There's just that much water. But that's what you're looking at here. The vast majority of water, of course, is still heading east from the Sylvia's out. It just looks like a giant mirror. If you were to fly a plane over the top of the city of Burns and heading directly east to the Harney Valley, it looked like a giant lake out there right now. We have a ton of water that just moving through that area like normal. It just happened to breach that particular flood structure. Oh, there. Is this where you?
Do you think the water's going to go down for your bird fest?
I don't know if that answered your question or not. We we have in my department, we also have our building program and our environmental health program stationed here. And so our environmental health specialist has been very busy, unfortunately, handing out water tests for folks that are in need over here. And so I need to make sure my microphone is muted every once in a while as people come in and out of the office quite a bit this morning.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, and I sure hope it doesn't affect the Migratory Bird Festival coming up.
Actually, it may very well do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about it.
Yeah.
It's actually a good infusion of visitors and
Yeah.
you know, it's kind of a moneymaker for this community.
Sure.
You get some people, and then selfishly, I'm not a birder by any stretch, but I am a photographer, and I do like to have a lot of other photographers come and visit, and I can kind of geek out with them, and they can show me some different areas and have some fun doing that stuff.
Well, Brandon, thanks for indulging us and filling us in on what's going on. And we certainly understand if you need to come and go. And if there's a lot of state agency folks here that are hearing firsthand what's happening with you out there, so you should not hesitate to reach out to people if there's anything we can do. So Ruby, I'm going to check in with you. Does it feel like everyone's here from the other room?
Yeah, I'm not sure who was in the other room, but we have 28 folks here with
Okay,
us right now.
great. That's perfect. And then are we live streaming?
Live stream is up. I'm gonna
Okay,
hit recording once we're good to go.
I think we're good to go. Yeah, great. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, Jamie, just thanks. And certainly to Brandon, the Department of Emergency Management, Office of Emergency Management has a full response, multi-agency response going to the flooding. It's very serious, as Brandon's described, and folks have seen from the YouTubes. But also just wanted to let folks know that our staff will hang out in the other Zoom room in case anyone ends up over there. Jess or Silas will staff that other room to make sure. Sorry for the technical difficulties this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kirsten, for that. All right, well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining. And for those of you who are viewing the live stream and got to see some of our sausage making and informal chatter, welcome. Glad that you could join us again for our Eastern Oregon Solar Siting Rulemaking Advisory Committee. I believe this is our meeting number 12, is that right? Yep, thank you for the head nods. So we've got a full day today. This is possibly our last meeting, but we're going to talk about that. And we're going from 9 to 4. We'll take a break in the morning, probably around 10:30ish, 10:45, and then we'll take a lunch break, and we'll for about a half hour, and that will be noon. And we're scheduled to be done at 4. And certainly, if we get done early, we can all celebrate that success. And otherwise, we've got our calendars blocked until 4. And you received a number of emails from Adam about this meeting, in part because there were some additional materials that were coming in after the meeting packet was sent out. Thank you, Andrea, for letting us know. And if other people have timing constraints, if you could put it in the chat, that's really helpful for us to know. So that way we can make sure to call on you before you head out and um, we'll know your comings and goings. So yes, there were a number of meeting packets sent out in addition to the meeting packet we sent out a week ago because there was some additional materials that were coming in. We did a little update to the agenda to allow for an additional conversation about a letter that we received that we shared with the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, and we'll go over the agenda with that in just a moment. So again, like Kirsten said, apologies for the technical difficulties. I kind of think that it might be the first time we've had that. So that's pretty good. Oh, Greg, thanks for letting us know. Hopefully you're heading somewhere fun, Greg. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So these are the same, Sedona. These are the same, that's a different Sedona than we'll have to find out more from you uh, later. Participation logistics. These are the same logistics we've had at every meeting. Raise your hand to enter the queue, and you do that by going down to the bottom of your screen. There's the little heart icon, and if you click on the little up arrow next to that, you'll see a variety of responses that you can do, including a hand raise. If all else fails, Yeah, that's what I wondered. It was like, what Sedona is that? You're going to Spain, Portugal? Okay, that makes more sense. And so, and if all else fails, just raise your hand and I'll be watching for you. So no worries if it doesn't work. I don't think we have anybody here just by phone, but in case you need to step away and connect by phone, you can raise your hand with *9. You can lower your hand once you're done speaking, and Zoom automatically does that as well. Ruby is here for technical assistance, and you can request assistance in the chat, or you can email Ruby if you're having any trouble. Members of the public, welcome. As I said, you're here live stream watching, and we're really glad that you're joining us today. And what we'll do for all of you live streaming is when our RAC members speak, we ask that they introduce themselves and remind everybody what organization they're with. So that way you can track along who people are. And we keep the chat open because we're all grown-ups here, but we ask that you not use the chat for a sidebar conversation. We'd really rather not have a parallel meeting happening. You can put a question in the chat if there's a lot of hands raised and you're not able to get in the queue, or if they're having other technical issues, you're welcome to do that. Letting us know you can come and go, letting us know your vacation plans, baby pictures, any of those things are all great. But please, no no meeting side chat. I'm hoping Max is here because we all want to know about this baby. All right, next slide, please. Ground rules, same ones we've had every time. People have done a great job adhering to these. Honor the agenda. You got that out in advance. The whole agenda today, aside from the morning block, is focused around just the final refinements to the rule language. So Gordon will be walking through that with all of us, and we'll have plenty of time for conversation. Participate actively and respectfully. You've all been doing a wonderful job of that. Be mindful of your speaking time. I'm watching for that as well. You've been doing a great job of sharing the air, but also asking each other questions. You're welcome to call each other out and ask what other people are thinking about different topics. As I said, provide your name each time you speak. I think everybody's got their name listed on the Zoom screen, but it's also helpful to remind us the organization you're with or the agency you're with. Ask to learn, listen to understand, and refrain from sidebar conversations in the chat or in your office or in your kitchen, or just keep on mute. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So the desired outcomes and purpose, discuss and solicit feedback on the draft RAC report. Okay, Damien, thanks for letting us know. Discuss and resolve any outstanding sections of the rule language. Consider some strategies to address the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon letter that we sent to you. And Diane, thanks for letting us know. And vote on, we'll do another round robin on the rule package, making sure there's nothing outstanding that we have overlooked. Agenda. It's the same agenda that we sent out with the one addition of the additional topic here this morning. And again, we'll take a break at 10:30, 10:45, right in there. Lunch break from 12 to 12:30. So that's time certain for sure, the lunch break. We'll do an afternoon break and a time check to see what else we have to cover for the rest of the time we're together. We'll do a round robin to kind of see where people are at with any final comments, and then we'll wrap it up with the next steps and closing, the timeline, what's happening between now and further rule refinements and the next LCDC commission meeting. A meeting adjourned at 4. Let's go to the next slide, which I think is roll call. Here we are. So let's do a roll call. This is the RAC voting members. You'll see that there's some folks in bold, and that's who we understand is in the room today. And so if I miss anybody, I'll ask for that before we move to our resource folks. So it looks like we have Andrea here. Andrea, you want to come off mute and off video and on video and introduce yourself? Let us know you're here.
Hi, I'm Andrea Kreiner, the Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts.
Hi, Andrea. Good to see
Here
you.
from outer space.
I see that. You're just floating around in space out
Just
there.
floating.
Fun backgrounds. Bill Richardson.
Good morning, Bill Richardson, Rocky Mountain Health Foundation.
Good morning, Bill, with a beautiful backdrop as usual. Brandon, we know you're here. We heard all about what's happening.
I don't have a beautiful backdrop. I should, but I don't. I'm here.
You got a working backdrop. Stuff's happening there. Damien, Paul,
Good morning, everybody. Damian Hall here on behalf of the Oregon Solar and Storage Industries Association, or OSIA for
hi,
short.
hi, Damien. That's a very tall ceiling you are standing in front of.
Yeah,
Is it really tall?
yeah. No, that's real. That's a real backdrop.
Oh,
Yep, just sort of in a kind of converted warehouse space
oh, cool.
above a bakery.
Nice. How can you stand the smells? Whew,
Oh, nice. Yeah.
that'd be hard. Greg Corbin.
Good morning, everyone. Greg Corbin, Green Diamond Resource Company.
Hi, Greg. Looks like you're in Amsterdam today.
That's Greece, actually, but
Oh,
I wish.
nice. John Eisler with Crook County.
Morning, everybody. John Eisler, Cook County. Ready to knock this out.
Hi, John. Welcome.
Thanks.
You've got your work in office background there.
Yeah, not as pretty.
Michael Eng. Mike.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Hang from Wallowa County.
Thanks, Mike, with beautiful Wallowa County behind you. And Mike Toady.
Morning, everyone. Mike Tody, Oregon Hunters Association.
Hi, Mike. Good to see you. Did I miss any voting RAC members who joined us? Jack Southworth. Jack.
Good morning, Jack Southworth, Oregon Cattlemen's Association, ranch near Seneca, Oregon. I won't be able to be on very long this morning. Thank you.
But Jack, thanks for joining us. Hey, Diane.
Hey, good morning, Diane Brandt, and with Renewable Northwest.
Welcome. And I see Garth there. Hi, Garth.
Good morning, Jamie. Yeah, Laura, as many of you know, has shifted positions, and I'm going to represent the Nature Conservancy for the remaining RAC tasks. And Lauren Link is also going to continue to support the efforts. Good to see everybody today.
Good to see you, Garth. Anybody else I missed from voting RAC members? Not seeing any. Let's hear from our resource staff. Let's go to the next slide. Our resource folks. Ex officio members, agency folks. Jeremy.
Morning, everybody. Jeremy Thompson, ODFW.
Hi, Jeremy. Good to see you. Dan.
Hey, everybody. Dan Hubner, Oregon Department of Forestry. Good to see y'all again.
Welcome, Dan. Tom.
Tom Jackman, Oregon Department of Energy, working at the Energy Facility Siting Council. Good to be here.
Good to see you, Tom. Brian.
Good morning, Brian Cochran, Department of State Lands.
Welcome, Brian.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do now is have our DLCD staff introduce themselves. And then when that's all done, Commissioner Bennett, I'm going to put you on notice that you get to introduce yourself at the end and say anything you'd like to say before we kick off our agenda. So, Kirsten, you want to start?
Sure. Thanks, Jamie. Good morning, everybody. Kirsten Green, Deputy Director, and I serve as the agency's tribal liaison of the Director's Delegation. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten. Gordon?
Hello, everyone. Gordon Howard. I'm the Community Services Division Manager for the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
Thank you, Gordon. John?
Hey, everybody. I'm John.
Planning King. Dawn?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dawn Hurd. I'm the Eastern Oregon Regional Rep. And just to let you all know, Angie Brewer, the Central Oregon Regional Rep, will be joining us a little bit later this morning.
Great. Thanks, Dawn. Adam?
Everybody, Adam Tate, Renewable Energy Planner. Good to see y'all again this morning.
Good to see you, Adam. Kazaria?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Kazaria Taylor, Senior Rules Coordinator for DLCD.
Hi, Kazaria. Alyssa?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Alyssa Benini, Legislative and Policy Analyst at DLCD, and I'll be, sorry, there's my full head. I'll be hopping in and out today, balancing this with committee obligations, so good to be here.
Appreciate your heads up there. Alexis?
Hey, good morning. Alexis Hammer, Legislative and Policy Manager at DLCD, and newest dad, unless Max is here.
What?
I'll-
Picture in the chat, Alexis.
okay, I will when I'm not driving. And also, like Alyssa, I need to be in and out today, but I'll
All right.
be here as I can. Thanks.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Amanda?
Good morning, Amanda Punton. I'm the Natural Resource Specialist for DLCD, and I don't attend all these meetings, but I'm here today to listen in on the discussion regarding cultural resources.
Great. Thank you, Amanda. Good to see you. And then, as I've said, I'm Jamie Damon with Kearns and West, facilitator of the RAC meetings, and with me is Ruby. And Ruby, you want to say something?
Hi all, Ruby Gonzalez. I'm a project coordinator at Kearns and West. Happy to be here.
Great. Commissioner Bennett.
Morning and welcome everyone. I just really want to commend everyone. Wow, 12 RAC meetings. If you average it out as 6 hours, that is a phenomenal commitment to this project. And several times I kind of thought we were going off the rails, and I was just really delighted that everyone just came back to work again and worked through the issues and put together a good positive piece of work. And thanks to Jamie, John, Gordon, Adam for their perseverance and keeping this going. And thanks to everyone. That's a large commitment of time, especially for the volunteers. I certainly appreciate it. I know the commission appreciates it, and we're looking forward to getting this enacted as a tool to move forward. So I'll be here always. You have my email address, you have my cell phone, text me if you want to chat about this before we get into the times where we have to have the cutoffs. But I'm always glad to learn about this and carry your both positive and challenges to my fellow commissioners. So thank you, Jamie.
Thank you very much. Always good to see you. And thanks for that update about Councilor Anderson, Kirsten. Did I miss anybody who would like to introduce themselves? We don't have the editor of the Atlantic here. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next slide. Staff updates. So on your agenda, this is where we wanted to just talk about outcomes from the geographic and LCDC hearings. There have been meetings with the counties. There's been meetings with the Confederated Tribe Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon staff, and then we have a letter. We want to talk some more about that. So those are all the items. So Ruby, I don't think we need to keep this slide up while we hear from folks. So John, were you going to talk about the geographic and LCDC hearings?
I think so. I'll start anyway, but again, I would invite folks to help me out. We had a number of staff and other folks that have been involved in these meetings, and I can't resist just going off script just a little bit and to say that this has been quite a ride, right? This project, and that we've seen. I've been fortunate to have folks in the beginning of their careers help us here. We've had folks at the end of their careers. We've had Jim Johnson with an absolutely epic, legendary career as the state of Oregon. Bill Richardson. I was buying a lottery ticket from the guys at the local Rocky Mountain Health Foundation here and asking if they knew Bill Richardson. Said, yeah, he's been at the foundation for 40 years. So anyway, we're fortunate to have that longevity. Children have been conceived and born during the time we've been here together. So again, I want to thank everybody for your willingness to come together and have open minds and a good sense of humor. We've done a lot, looking back over the last just a little bit. We had obviously the last RAC meeting on February 20th, which I think we remember, and we were able to get caught up with Mike Ing on February 25th. Mike's here in the room, so I don't need to speak for him. We were invited to the conversation with the Morrow County planning staff on March 5th, which went pretty well, I think. And we were able to answer some questions and here's some feedback from that crew. We met with we had two scheduled sessions to hear from the Eastern Oregon planning community, which I think were pretty successful. Those were held on March 6th and March 7th. And we had probably, yeah, right. Thank you, Jamie. We had probably, I would guess, 10 or 11 of the counties represented, it also included a county commissioner or two and a planning commissioner or two, an FSEC commissioner, and Ann Byer popped in for a while. So I think those were good. What we heard a lot of from the counties were, some of their thoughts, county staff, that is, and they were all careful to say, this isn't necessarily the official county position. This is the planning department thoughts. And they had thoughts about the opt-in and opt-out piece was something we spent probably more time on that than other areas. They mentioned some support for the ag mitigation piece. There was some, especially from Wasco County, some thoughts about the Division 230190, the existing rule, and how that might be adjusted a little bit. We had some time requested by Verde and the Nature Conservancy on March 12th. So we had some good conversation with them around kind of the language about community engagement and as it relates to community benefits and other areas. We held our geographic hearing on the 13th, and we were in Prineville, Oregon. We were hosted by the city of Prineville. They said that we owed them an urban growth boundary expansion for letting us use their facilities, which we agreed to, of course. And so we'll see that coming up next. But we had I think about 3 folks join us, and it was really constructive. What we heard, Grant County Planning Director Shannon Springer was on the phone, asked some good questions. I wanted to make sure that, the counties wouldn't be obligated to, adopt new maps or come up with new data, which we assured her that wasn't the case necessarily at all. Heard from John Eisler, who's on the call here this morning as a county planning director, who wanted to make sure that counties have, and he mentioned this at the last RAC meeting, but making sure that counties had the ability and the authority to decline to include certain areas in a Division 23 program. We want to make sure that's available. Josh Smith, who's the city planning director, City of Prineville, offered some thoughts about location and proximity to urban growth boundaries. We had the benefit of attending the AOCPD meeting, the full Association of Oregon County Planning Directors meeting on the 14th, and I heard some of the same things I think that we heard from the Eastern Oregon planning folks. We appeared before the Oregon Board of Agriculture later that day, also on the 14th. Heard some good questions. I think the most of which were with regards to agricultural mitigation and also the cumulative impacts test. And so we were able to kind of visit a little bit about that. We were at LCDC on March 20th. We were joined and had testimony from 4 individuals. Jim Johnson from Thousand Friends of Oregon, the aforementioned Jim Johnson, was there in person, as was Mike McCarthy, as opposed to Mike MacArthur, who's on this group. Mike McCarthy, some of you know, is a orchardist in Hood River County. And really been involved in land use issues over the years. We were fortunate to have Emily Griffiths from the Rural Northwest Project, offer some comments and observations, and then Michael Schindel from the Nature Conservancy also provided some comments. We had a staff-to-staff meeting with the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs Indian Reservation on Monday, and talked through a couple things there. We'll get to that here soon. I did get a phone call and visited with Tamara Mabbitt again from Morrow County and one of her county commissioners, Commissioner Gus Peterson, I believe is his name. And they wanted to make sure they were understanding the cumulative impact stuff and walk through that a little bit. So we did. And I think that brings us to today. So I'll thank everybody for their patience and go back on mute. Thank you.
Well, John, let's pause there and see if anybody has any questions for you about all of that activity that occurred since we met last. Mike?
Yeah, just I'm curious, John, if you or anyone else could summarize kind of where the county planning directors are at in terms of the opt-in, opt-out, and what their perspectives were, if there was a general consensus or if it was different from county to county.
So I would say, thank you, Mike. I would say that, and I would invite Don Marie and Adam and those others that were in those conversations to help me out, especially if I get anything wrong. But I would say that the majority of the group, in fact, I don't recall anybody really speaking in a different direction, preferred that the counties be left to choose whether they wanted to opt in to the rules. Again, that was they were careful to say this isn't the official county position. This is our thinking. And that was a subject that was mentioned. We talked about it at LCDC. We haven't really underscored it to talk a lot today because we think that the RAC is pretty much settled on their feelings there. But that was most of it, Mike. We also heard, little kind of some bits and pieces. One thing I think that was really constructive was brought up was, that we want to make sure that any lands dedicated to temporary workforce housing don't count against the size of a project. I think that was pretty wise. Again, I think that there was general feeling that having an agricultural mitigation element made sense. I think there was some comfort in that, counties weren't going to be expected to, go out and have to identify things that aren't currently mapped, or able to be easily accomplished on a desktop. So that was kind of the order of things. We didn't get a lot of detail about we really like this or really don't like that in terms of page this, line that. I'll just wrap it up and say, most of it was about how they seem to prefer one a pathway versus another, and just some bits and pieces around the other stuff.
Brandon, go ahead.
John, you'd mentioned that the planning director from the city of Prineville provided some feedback as it related to the proximity of potential projects near UGBs. Can you provide a little bit more? Can you expand on that a little bit? What was the nature of what their thoughts were there?
I can, Brandon. And again, I didn't dive right into that because I think the RAC has made pretty clear where they stand on that issue. And his comments are very Prineville centric, and in that, they have at least one developed project on the ground adjacent to the urban growth boundary, and they believe that there's more in the queue that are right in that vicinity, and could, if they all get built out, which is always a question mark, have the ability to or have the effect of constraining that particular city's ability to expand into areas that they have kind of envisioned for employment uses and employment lands. He also said it may be too late. Maybe that's already been put in place, and he was also he was not adamant that there should be a prohibition whatsoever. I think what he would had said more about, he'd like to see a conversation perhaps, but really, just wanted to flag the item as something to consider. I'll just go on, and Jack, I see your hand, so I'll try to tie this off. I know you have limited time this morning. We have been kind of doing some data and research, generating some data and research in-house, and in trying to get our heads around that issue a little bit more thoroughly and completely. But hopefully it helps, Brandon. That's kind of the flavor of what we heard. And again, we haven't really budgeted time for that in this meeting because we think that the RAC's pretty much already, staked out their position.
Jack, your hand went down. Are you still want to speak? Yeah, go ahead and get unmute.
I was curious, John and Adam, what stands out to you as two or three significant things that came about as a result of this committee that wouldn't have occurred if you two had been in a closed room and had to write the rules yourself? Did we make a difference?
Yes. Yes, I would say yes. Um, I think that the differences were assistance in understanding where projects could go forward without mitigation requirements and making a distinction between that and others, that would require mitigation and areas that probably should be off the table. We might have come up with some rendition of that, but it was certainly better given the things that we heard. I think that um, the pieces on agricultural mitigation and community benefits were definitely informed and assisted by these conversations, and because those are new. We have a history of a growing history of wildlife considerations and mitigation, and we have been doing something on the front of historic, cultural, and archaeological stuff for a while, but these are new, and so I think those were helpful. And I think that having input on acreage sizes was helpful too. So I think Jack, I guess what I would say is I don't know that we would have changed. It may have resembled. We may have had a order of operations that resembled in terms of items, but I think that the outcome is better and different than we would have come up with.
Gordon.
I was just going to add a major change. I think that if you remember way back in our first draft, we had the program entirely pretty much within Division 23 as a Goal 5 rule, and based on the input we got from solar developers, counties, in terms of simplicity and implementability, we did add the second more direct application method in the rule, which I think is a major improvement from where we started. And I appreciate, I don't know if that would have happened without the Rulemaking Advisory Committee's input. So thank you, Jack.
Jack, that's such a great question. I think we should ask that at the end of every process we do. It's really, really helpful. Mike, I'm going to pick on you for just a minute. Mike Eng, you put a question in the chat, and I'm going to go ahead and ask you to say it again, in part because folks that are that are live viewing can't see our chat. And I think it's important other people might have the same question.
Sure. We've covered so much and there's so many pieces to this. And as I was reviewing everything, it occurred to me that we didn't discuss any specific language about requirements for a decommissioning or restoration plan for sites. And so anyway, Adam put in the chat that in fact that's covered by pre-existing regulations, and that you all didn't feel that that was necessary in this. So thank you very much for that clarification and reminder.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Adam, is there anything you want to add to about where this is addressed?
So that's already addressed in ORS 215.446, which is where we got a lot of information from, and we wanted to make sure we aligned with that. And there's a section in there that says it must demonstrate that a site for a renewable energy facility can be restored adequately to a useful non-hazardous condition following the permanent cessation of construction or operation of the facility to a satisfactory condition so the county can secure the restoration of the site to a useful non-hazardous state. So we could have gone a little further on that, but we feel like that covers it pretty well. And so we let it stand with ORS 215.446.
Thanks for that clarification, Adam.
Yeah, happy to provide.
Any other questions or comments about all the work that's happened since we met last? Meetings with the counties, the public, the geographic LCDC hearings, the public meetings. Okay, well, Kirsten, I'm going to turn it over to you then. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Mark, were you present for those regional discussions? I was just wondering what your sense was. Are there any regional differences that you picked up on, or something that was a little bit unusual from one location or than the other?
No, I wasn't present, and I presume I'm the Mark that you were asking. This is Mark Bennett from LCDC. No, I was not. I did review with some of my former colleagues their thoughts onto it. Once again, I was just sitting here uh, just contemplating. It seems that the counties really want to have the ability to opt in versus the opt out. And so I was I was just contemplating that. I wasn't quite scratching my head, but I think that that'll probably be an issue that will need to be vetted clearly at the LCDC time when we get there. So I realize that wasn't a real definitive statement, but most of the counties that I've spoken with want the option of to opt in versus having to opt out.
Thanks for that. All right, Kirsten, are we ready to move on to the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon letter?
Sure. I'm cognizant, thank you, Jamie. I'm cognizant that some folks have to leave at 10, including several, both RAC and agency folks. So I'll try and just touch lightly here, and I'm glad that folks kind of are still on for a moment. I'm, again, the Deputy Director and the Tribal Liaison for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And if it's okay, I'll just share some slides real quick. It's sort of diving in a bit out of order because I know we're going to do rule review. And what I'm about to kind of share and show are not reflected in the rules. It's an early sharing with Rulemaking Advisory Committee members while we're still in consultation with the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon. Our commission has been invited to meet with their council on April 9th. So, okay, Jamie, I'll go ahead and share. Okay. Sorry to take so much time up front here. So I'll just try and touch quickly. So everyone, all Rulemaking Advisory Committee members, is that coming in okay, Jamie? Yeah. Okay. I'll figure out how to move the bar and run from the beginning so folks can see it a bit easier. So folks are in receipt of the letter from Mr. Austin Smith Jr., who is the Natural Resource Director for the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs. As I mentioned, we are sort of in the midst of formal consultation, government to government consultation that is defined by statute. We'll meet with the Tribal Council next Wednesday. John mentioned, we met with Austin and their attorney on Monday. And I've just recapped here below the tribe's concerns that are include but not limited to the delegation of state responsibility to local decision making at the county, some concerns about that, local designation evaluation of the resources, and shared administrative capacity and adaptive management. And those were cited in the letter, which RAC members should have. Just some background here I would share is that I'm not sure everyone's familiar. I certainly wasn't as up close and personal with this until I joined the state, but state agencies' responsibility to the sovereign nations of Oregon, our government relations there, which are cited by the Warm Springs tribe in their letter. Just wanted to call in and acknowledge shared limited capacity among really all parties, DLCD included, but certainly counties, tribes, and developers. So we're trying to figure out what is best here in recognizing that folks have real resource constraints and time constraints. I would note here that unlike other Goal 5 resources, cultural resources in particular have not been inventoried, archaeological resources as well, but more archaeological resources have been inventoried even than cultural resources. Cultural resources and cultural areas were, of course, defined by the original goals in Goal 5 and not defined. Our agency and several parties in the tribes went through rulemaking last year that defined cultural areas that this rule has picked up. We will be reopening that rule this spring for some very narrow considerations. But I think folks realize that in Oregon's history, or short history here, that in 1954, 61 tribes in Oregon were terminated. So during the time that most cities and counties were developing comprehensive plans under Senate Bill 100, tribes were not embodied. It was a particularly painful period of history. And many tribes were just not even constituted to be able to participate in comprehensive plan development. So this is where restitching, kind of trying to build a collectively better Oregon all the time here. And then the importance of confidentiality, we can't overstate that. And we probably need to be continuing to talk about that in the context of inventories here. So, excuse me. Oh, goodness gracious. Sorry about that. So some working draft thoughts we have, and just caveat, these are very much sort of like working draft and thoughts, and we haven't, what we're seeing here has, we haven't re-met with the tribes about it. So this is just DLCD staff thinking, how could we respond to the tribe's concerns? So one recommendation we have is that applicants would also notice our agency in addition to SHPO and the counties and tribes 60 days before the application is submitted. So that's probably a pretty simple administrative change. And then within the 60 days, if we're a tribe, to indicate presence of a non-inventoried cultural resource, then within the statutory 150-day time period for decision, counties would have some options. They probably have more options than these right now, but these are some that we thought it would be to give tentative approval subject to agreement among the parties for the permit, and or to pursue a Goal 5 protection during that time period, kind of concurrent to help place a resource on an inventory, since we know that these were not inventoried in the original comp plan developments. If counties opt into this method, then we are sort of thinking of suggesting that or requiring in rule that the counties post the applications on their website. One of the tribe staff concern is that, in the FSEC process, there's a one-stop shop where tribes can go look at what all the applications are currently, and in one place across, 10 counties or so or more. Here, the way the rule is working right now, tribes would have to sort of track each individual county's application process. So what we're thinking is that we could maintain kind of a cover page on our site to just reflect what we know is live. We wouldn't try to usurp or take on what the county would be doing in terms of processing the amendment and posting changes. But we would do a one-stop shop on our website. And then certainly just wanted to flag that we need to resolve information custody and confidentiality. Very, very important to protect from looting or desecration of sites. And then just finally, see someone's hand up. We really welcome feedback today. I know, Jamie, I'm not sure if you'll want to take comments now or when we get to this part, kind of this section of the rule. We certainly welcome other ideas and feedback. This is all of us working out kind of the best solution together. Because we will be meeting with the tribal council next week, we're recommending that we possibly meet together as a rulemaking advisory committee, a shorter meeting on the week of April 21st. And then by doing so, we would need to extend the consultation and public comment period to the end of the month. Jamie, I'd just like to kind of stop there and turn it back to you and see if anyone has questions or comments. Thank you.
So Damien, have you already left? Is Damien gone now? I think
I'm afraid he is, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because he needed to leave at 10. I was going to start with him to see if he had anything before he left.
Yeah.
So let me just open it up to RAC members, questions for Kirsten about this. Thoughts on what's being proposed in terms of initial thinking for conversation with the council next week. Mike?
Yeah, Christian, thanks. I was wondering how you are addressing concerns of Nez Perce tribe, since they are not a recognized Oregon tribe, and yet this is they have a significant presence in Wallowa County as part of their treaty rights area.
Thank you, Mike. Um, a short answer I would say is we would defer to the counties to maintain notice procedures that are customary for them. So we wouldn't, if Wallowa County is coordinating and collaborating with the Nez Perce tribe on their notices, that we would encourage them to um, to continue to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, um, I'm not aware of any formal procedures in that regard. It's been pretty spotty, and I would not want to rely on that at this point in time. It's something that I'm interested in working on to formalize that kind of notification and involvement of the tribes. But my experience has been that it is irregular and not always consistent with the desires of the tribe.
Perhaps we could meet, Mike, we and Regional Representative Don, and others could meet with the county to discuss their notification procedures. We don't normally prescribe, and within our state responsibility, it's not within kind of our authorities to prescribe a protocol for federally recognized tribes or other culturally identified groups outside of Oregon recognized tribes for now, albeit flawed. But that is the current situation. But I'd be happy to meet and proceed this.
Yeah, I've heard that some, I think it was municipalities, have developed MOUs with tribes on notification procedures, and maybe that's something that Wallowa County could pursue. But right now, there is not anything that I've been able to identify that's establishes a formal consultation or involvement notification process.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mike. Let's follow up on that offline. It's a little mini project, but it's a very good. Thank you for raising it. I appreciate that very much.
Other questions, comments, insights, advice for Kirsten as she leads this conversation next week with the council? Kirsten, you'll be there with the council next week?
Yep, Director Bateman and I will both be there.
Greg?
Thank you.
I'm curious how you see the government to government negotiation or discussion between the state and the tribes intersecting with the charter given to this RAC. What are our I appreciate the information, of course, and the insight into the issues raised by the tribes and the proposed resolutions to that. But I'm also curious, what are the sideboards? How do we as a RAC respond to any of that?
Sure. Am I off mute? Let's see. Yep. Thank you. Jamie, shall I go ahead and respond? Yep. Thanks. Thanks, Greg. So I'm just hearkening back to kind of the mission of the statute of Section 35, which binds all of us. That's our assignment collectively, and that sort of big C to the ability to readily avoid negative impacts on natural resources, forestry, habitat, agricultural, community needs, and historic, cultural, or archaeological resources, or to readily minimize or mitigate those negative impacts. So it's kind of feeling our way here on what the best way to accomplish that directive is.
Other thoughts and questions, advice? Greg, follow up?
Yeah, can I just respond to, I mean, I suppose, again, it seems a little murky to me. I would be very reluctant to step on the toes of a government to government discussion, and as a member of the RAC or as an entity.
And so it seems that one potential position that we as a group might take here is that our best way to do no harm in this situation is just to allow those conversations to continue under the specific authority for the state to interact directly with the tribes. But I don't want to, cut off any ability that the RAC may have to respond to any of these issues, but I certainly don't want us stepping on any toes inappropriately, or, I'm just trying to understand what our sidebars are.
Mhm. I appreciate that. That's one of the reasons, Greg, that we've sort of suggested inserting ourselves back in to the 60-day notice is so that we can help just support those conversations. Because these resources are unmapped and unlike each other, each one will be a different situation. So we'll just, DLCD would be back in the game to work with the county and the tribes and SHPO to come to the best resolution.
Yeah, thanks, Kirsten. And I see that Elaine gave a thumbs up. Elaine, did you want to say anything more than a thumbs up?
Thanks. No, I was just supporting what Greg was saying about knowing our sideboards and how we engage and all of that. So just trying to get my arms around that. I'm sorry I was a little late, so just catching up on the discussion.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, we're just finishing up the conversation about the letter. And I noticed that Commissioner Williams has joined us as well. Hey, James. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed in the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs letter that they mentioned specifically facilities on non-arable lands. And I thought that was really significant because I think that's an area where we have not done a very good job on recognizing other values to non-arable lands. We were approaching it strictly from impacts on agriculture or lack thereof. And there are clearly other values associated with non-arable lands. And I think that's an area that we perhaps did not adequately address and get enough input on. And I was really glad that the tribes were able to identify that, and hopefully they can further articulate what some of those values are, and that they can get incorporated into consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mike. And just an aside, we did talk about non-arable lands as it relates to habitat, but yeah, I do see what we didn't consider some of the other uses that were outlined in the letter for sure. Garth?
Yeah, and apologies if this is shows how ignorant I am about this space, but I was trying to go back and review the language that was proposed around community benefit. And am I wrong to think that there's a bit of an overlap in what's being proposed for consultation, with a tribal entity and exploring impacts and potential benefits to address those impacts in the community benefits section? So I was just wondering if there's a link there where or an overlap that should be identified so that these aren't sort of parallel but different avenues of exploration during an application.
Kirsten?
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks, Garth. It was our intent to add back in tribes and entity that could receive the community benefit. So that I hope that was in the draft, and we'll get to it in due time yet today, Garth, but thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, go ahead, John.
I might have missed this, but so how, if a county is opting in and going through the inventory process, then how would this work with the tribes? If the tribes say there are cultural resources there, then how does that, how to work then if it's not an application? We're going through the process on our own.
Yes, that's the million-dollar question, sir. So that's what we're trying to sort of hold space for. It is hard. It is tough, John. So I think Gordon and John's intent in the draft rules has been to provide, provide the applicant enough time to sort of notify parties prior to the complete application so that the county would receive as much information as possible in that complete application submittal. And then really it's going to have to be a case by case sort of assessment of what are the resources, what needs to be done to protect it. Because these are non-inventoried, it's hard to kind of have a prescription. I'm sorry. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I don't know, at least in Crook County, the potential areas is somewhat limited. And so to me, it would make sense for us to reach out to the tribes before even starting to go down that process, just to not have to deal with, what could come up later on.
Very wise. Thank you. Maybe here to support, John, if you wish to do that, we'd enthusiastically support that effort.
Thank you.
Yeah, be happy to be along with you on that. Thank you. I would even encourage a technical assistance grant application, perhaps, for that work. Thank you.
Other questions, comments, advice for Kirsten? Kirsten, you want to just do a little summary about next steps? What's happening next?
Sure. First of all, I couldn't not notice John's crying laughing face emoji, because I know that it's probably either it's like good luck covering the cost of such an effort, or we'll see. But John, we definitely will follow up on
That was a
that.
sincere laugh and smile. I had already closed my video.
Yeah. No, thank you. Really important work, but I appreciate the question. So Jamie, thank you. So we will meet, the tribal council. So things I've learned is that the tribal council sets their agendas months in advance. And they meet, of course, they're providing full service, numbers of services to their community members, their tribe. So very, very full day agendas for a month in advance. So I'm grateful to senior staff. They're helping us wedge in on the council's agenda on April 9th at 3:30. Was within our existing consultation and public comment period. So knowing that that is 2 days before the close of the consultation and public comment period, we're prepared to extend the public comment timeline to be able to really bring back to this RAC some proposals that are responsive to the things kind of we've discussed today. I think they're relatively, I shouldn't forecast what the changes would be since we're still in consultation. But we'd love to meet with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee members again in a short, probably, less than half a day meeting that week of April 21st. So Jamie, I'm not sure, when or how you'd like to take that up, but I would like to just put a pin in coming back to kind of close this conversation once again with parties at this table.
Yeah, so I was planning on us taking it up towards the end of the meeting around the next steps, but I wanted you to give people a heads up so that people can be looking at their calendars for that week of April 21st. And as Kirsten said, we're thinking about we really just a couple hours meeting to consider the input that we've received from the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs of Reservation of Oregon, as well as other, any other public comment that might need to come in that little window. And so, yeah, we'll take this up toward the end of the meeting, and I think, and Adam's going to do a little doodle poll with a couple options.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Kirsten. Thanks for joining us today. The other item in the staff updates is the RAC report. We had mentioned that a couple meetings ago that Kearns and West would develop an independent report of all the RAC's work. And so we've done that. We sent that out. We welcome input from the RAC members to make sure that it's an accurate reflection of your work. We didn't want it to be exhaustive. We didn't want it to be just a compilation of meeting summaries. We wanted it to be more of a here's the work that happened, here's who participated in it, here are some high level areas of agreement, some areas where they had significant conversation, and some things for LCDC to consider. So I don't want to spend time right now going through that, but I want to put a pin in that for at the end of the meeting today when we talk about next steps. But I do have a question, John, for you, and maybe it's a Kirsten or Kazaria question, which is when do we need to finalize that report in order for it to be included in the packet to go to LCDC for their June meeting?
Jamie, if I may,
Mhm.
I would say if we extend the timeline anytime in April, um, um, right now the kind of all comment consultation and comment ends at midnight on Friday, April 11th. So right now it would be by that time. Right now it'd be by that April 11th. And if we all feel like it's just prudent to say, yes, let's extend the time period so we can meet again and discuss the remaining issues outstanding, then it would be, I would just say simply the last day of April. So it's easy to remember for everybody, which is Wednesday, April 30th. It'd be the week after our a final contingency RAC meeting.
Great. Thank you for that. So more to come on that deadline, but I do want to give you an opportunity as RAC members to get comments back to us so that we can refine that report to make sure it reflects, accurately reflects what people want to carry forward as an independent report to the commission. So, John and Gordon, is there anything else that we want to talk about in terms of the staff updates? Are we ready to move on to beginning our rule review?
Yes, we're ready to go forward.
Okay, let's do it. And Gordon's going to be sharing a screen and walking through the rule, just like we did last time. And it's and Gordon is in the team has done a good job of focusing in on any changes or any questions. Because again, this is possibly our last meeting, and so we really want to make sure that this draft reflects the most recent comments from the RAC and that it accurately reflects the work that we've done. And so it's really about refinements at this point. So
Thank you, Jamie. What I do is hopefully you can all see the screen share of we'll start with the Division 23 rule, which is the rule that would be in Division 23 of our administrative rules are the Goal 5 implementations. So this would be path number 1. And then we have later, we'll talk about the rules in Division 33, which is the agricultural rule, the direct application, so-called provisions, which are path number 2. And we'll get to those shortly. There is an awful lot of overlap. They're not completely overlapped, as we'll discuss, but overlapped as we'll discuss, but they are very similar in a lot of respects. And so what we did was we show here some strikeout and underlines of changes to the rule. These are changes made to the rule that you saw at your February Rulemaking Advisory Committee meeting. And while there does, and looking through this, there's a fair amount of revisions. I think if you look at it closely, and I appreciate John, hopefully you had a chance to listen to John's YouTube summary of the rule changes, which I found very, very useful when I reviewed them. And you'll see that there are some changes, but there are not major changes. If someone characterized it as do you think we have made a major change that you'd like to point out that we don't think is a major change, we'd like to discuss that definitely. But the idea is to try to figure out some of the make some revisions as we went forward, but not significant ones. And starting in, I think I'm just going to scroll through this and. Jamie, if you could let me know if someone raises a hand as I go through, and we'll stop there and have some discussions. The first section is merely, yeah, kind of reformatting and rewording of the language. It is not meant to change the intent of the rules. Going on to the definitions. We wanted to incorporate existing definitions throughout, so to make sure there's no confusion going forward about what terms are defined or apply to this provision. But other than that, as you can see, we have in fact, don't have any other changes throughout to the proposed definitions. And then we get the next section at the bottom of page 2. This is really language that John came up with to clarify once again that counties, at least theoretically, can use the existing way to identify Goal 5 resources, which we don't expect they will do because they'll want to use this method, but just making that clear that they can do that.
Before you move on, Gordon, Kirsten has her hand up.
Kirsten, go ahead.
Terribly sorry, Gordon. Thank you. I couldn't find my buttons fast enough there. I just want to put a pin in and recognize that the Burns Paiute tribe is under evacuation right now due to the flooding, but we might recall from our last meeting that Diane had raised another request for a reconsideration of the definition of cultural areas, cultural sites. So I just we haven't heard back from her. We have reached out. I know that they're really not able to participate at this time. So I just wanted to put voice to that and remind us that they had intended to propose some alternate language. But thank you. That's all.
All right. Well, we will continue to reach out to them, and I understand they're very busy with other matters right now, certainly, as Brandon let us know for Harney County. So we'll continue that.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, going forward, once again, a lot of these changes are really just rewriting things that and not changing the substance. Here's a change that we did include, and that is when a county goes through the process through the Goal 5 program, Division 23 ideas, that some more detail about the public process required. And once again, we wanted this to be a mixture of things that are required and of things that are recommended, but a county has its own agency and ability to make decisions on an individualized basis on some of these things, such as the how they conduct the meeting. We have a recommendation of how they should, but that if the county has a better way of doing it, they can do that. So that's a little more fleshing out what it means to hold a public meeting and a public process in developing these rules or local county program, and that's an amendment to their comprehensive plan for the consideration of the solar, implementing these provisions. Now, then we go on the next area where we have some amendments that are significant. Let's continue here. Once again, these changes, some of these are just if a county uses the standard way of doing things, which we don't expect them to do, just clarifying that. We expect them to use this method. And then we have although there are some changes here, remember these provisions are if a county does, the first step is to find areas of significance in terms of having the solar resource, and I think we've come to the best option that we could come up with after quite a bit of discussion about topography, the annual solar utility scale capacity factor, and the location distance with a transmission line, but these provisions, which are reworded but remain similar, the same in terms of content, are that a county, if they're using this method, may add to the areas of significance if there's some unusual circumstance and they're provided evidence as part of their process that that's the case, and this answers the question raised by John from Crook County. The county may determine that there are areas that, even though they're significant in terms of these three factors up here, the county makes a determination that they're not going to add those to the area of significance, and so that gives that option to the county. Also, then we added this provision to make it clear that a county does not have to consider additional features described other than what we'll get into below. Well, actually, regarding the significance of the solar facilities if they choose not to. Now we get into the provisions that are pretty much similar with some rewording regarding the three basic categories of lands that the three buckets, if you will, we've characterized that to the commission of lands that are subject, considered by these rules. First of all, areas where there is no mitigation required because the resource is not significant. The second bucket is areas where there are some significant resources, but with mitigation, the solar project can go forward. And then third are areas where this opportunity is just not available because the competing resources are too significant. And remember, the whole point of this exercise is these solar projects that are being proposed, if they meet these criteria, either there's no mitigation required or they can provide the mitigation and they're in the size limits that we'll be talking about later, they can proceed and they do not require an exception to statewide planning goal 3, which is one of the major whole points of this exercise because that process is difficult and controversial. And so, so that's really the main point here. And so once again, we have the areas that are not significant. We've added some language regarding this provision on rangeland about the 300 pounds of herbaceous biomass per year. And I just noted this morning that we don't define this rangeland analysis platform, which is the data source for that, and we will do that in subsequent drafts. John, if you could let us know, that is a provision that is available for use and is generally accepted, similar to soil matters.
Are you going on a big trip tomorrow or soon? In 2 days?
Andrea.
Anyway, I don't know if you have anything to add, John, on that one, but we will be clarifying that.
No, I don't, Gordon. Thank you.
Okay. And then once again, we come to the second area, the second bucket of lands, which are the lands that require mitigation. And there are three primary areas of competing resources, if you will, significant resources, not goal 5 resources, significant resources, although one of them is. 2 of them are actually. First of all, the competing resources are agriculture and our state's agricultural, Eastern Oregon's agricultural economy and community. And the second area is wildlife habitat, which is reviewed by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And the third area that we've already had some discussion this morning with are archaeological and cultural resources. And those are the three competing areas of competing resources. And for 2 of these, the first 2, and agricultural lands and wildlife habitat, the rules set forth some things that can be generally mapped. Soil classifications, air lands that are in irrigation districts, lands that have the rangelands that meet the standards can be mapped. Wildlife habitat, there are some, can be generally mapped as well with the help of Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Hey, Gordon.
Yeah.
I need you to pause just a moment. Mike
Yeah,
Tody
yeah.
raised his hand.
Mike,
Yeah,
go ahead.
just quickly, a reminder under D there that should read priority wildlife connectivity areas, not conservation areas. We made that correction before.
Yeah, we have.
Thanks,
Under
Mike.
D there.
Thank you, Mike. We'll make that correction. The third category, which we'll talk about in a minute, well, we'll talk about now, and we've already talked about, is the area of archaeological and cultural resources. And unlike the other 2 resources, these resources have not and can, to some extent, cannot be mapped. Because, first of all, as Kirsten noted, tribes were not involved at the time of because of the reasons she stated in the comprehensive planning work when it was done when counties initially did their comprehensive plans back in the 1970s and 80s. And secondly, a lot of these resources are not known or are not wanted to be known because of their sensitive nature. The fact that the potential for destruction and desecration and looting that we were all pretty much familiar with. So we'll get into how the rules currently deal with this issue in a minute, but it's a key distinction of the three major competing resources. One of those cannot be mapped and has to be looked at on an individualized basis, project by project, under these rules. Mike, your hand is still up. Do you have
Yeah, I was
another
just gonna
question?
check on Mike as well. Did you have another question, Mike, or just
No,
okay?
I was like, okay. So finally, the third category of the lands that are not eligible for development under this process. I would note that as we'll get to when we get to the Division 33 language, the existing process of considering a goal exception and going for the projects of sufficient size, going to the Energy Facilities Siting Council and going through the statewide process remain open. But this process under these rules and Division 33 rules that we'll get to, the direct application, these lands are not eligible for those. And those are higher value farmland, more important wildlife habitats such as sage grouse, protected areas, and sites where when an individualized review is done for archaeological and cultural resources, it's found that the resource is so significant that the project can't be approved. So then we get into a section, we've talked about before, the agricultural mitigation. And remember the projects in the middle between that are not either of such low quality farmland that they require no mitigation or of such high quality that they are that's basically not mitigable and can't be included. For those intermediate areas, this is the agricultural mitigation language. And as you can see, there's we've talked about this before, some minor changes. The key point is what to do. And once again, under this alternative, there is a more general way of doing it, which a county establishes the program with goals and makes findings. And then there's the second one is the compensatory mitigation payment option, which currently, the rule you saw in February included more detailed language about that, but John has been working very diligently on doing a revised attachment A, which would be attached to the rule, which would which would give more details on the methodology. And John, do you want to say anything more about that attachment A language?
Yeah, all I would say is that we've tried to translate the Excel calculator into text, right? And so it's a document, walk through the same things, same paces, and reaches the same results. It's just a little bit different way to get to the same place. The language that we've proposed to strike would live. It doesn't go away, but it would live in that attachment document as opposed to the rules. We slim the rule down a little bit and accomplish the same thing, and hopefully the steps as outlined and described, help people get their mind around what it takes a little bit better.
And John and Adam, did we provide the draft attachment A as part of the packet to the RAC?
I don't think we called it attachment A, but we provided a document that explained the mitigation. What we're calling now the mitigation methodology, as opposed to a mitigation calculator. But that was provided.
Okay, so RAC members, I'm not going to go into detail on that today unless you have some questions about it right now. But if you do want to review that closely, if you haven't already, those of you, especially with the expertise in the subject, which certainly I don't have, but a lot of you do, and give us some information on that. The idea is that is as close as possible, a clear and objective way to a single payment that would be authorized by the rule, and the county, if it chose to go that route, would not have to try to have a more customized program to figure out that payment. Okay, the next section is the historical, cultural, and archaeological resources. And Kirsten talked with us this morning, and we're looking at this language. But the idea is what we have so far is
Hello.
that. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
What?
I think Andrea's got
Andrew,
her
you're on mute. Oh, there you go.
there. Okay. So anyway, I think we've already discussed this quite a bit, but the idea is that the way it's written now is that the applicant is responsible for sending out at least 60 days before submitting to the county and providing and doing that information, that analysis up front to determine if there are potentially significant cultural and archaeological resources on a site, sending that information to relevant tribes, to SHPO, and we've talked about this morning, potentially the department as well. Then the applicant would submit the information to county. As we've written the rules now, the county would be make the ultimate decision as to whether the site, which of the three buckets the site falls into. The county would make as part of a land use decision there. And at this point, if someone disputed or had a problem with what the county had decision to make, the remedy would be, as with any other land use decision, participating in the local decision on the record, and then potentially appealing that decision to the Land Use Board of Appeals. We're going to look some more at that process. As you saw from the letter, the tribal government, the Warm Springs government, expressed some skepticism about counties reviewing this. On the other hand, we have the state statutes, which are pretty clear on this subject. So we're going to be consulting with the tribe, the Warm Springs tribe, as Kirsten mentioned, on April 9th to discuss these issues and see if there's any additional things we can do to make sure that they and other tribes in Oregon are adequately and appropriately involved in this process as it goes forward. So unless anyone has any further questions on that, I will continue. We do add, as you can see, a provision that a inadvertent discovery plan is required in all instances, which is a fairly straightforward provision that a lot of applications throughout the state are already doing, hopefully.
So Gordon, why don't you just take a breath just for a moment? Make sure that give people a chance to weigh in if they need to.
Jamie, may I put my hand up here?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So really pleased that somewhere on the meeting is Alyssa Bullion with the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, and also John Polly is here with SHPO. So thanks you guys for joining. The LCIS and SHPO have collaborated on a model IDP. So that is available as a resource. I just wanted to mention that and commend LCIS and Alyssa for developing that. Thank you. Those typically pertain to archaeological resources. Thank you. I'm not sure, Alyssa, if you want to add anything there about an IDP.
I think you've pretty much covered it. Again, we have that model template that was developed between SHPO, LCIS, and the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon. That's available on the LCIS website, SHPO, and if DLCD wants to post a link as well, I'm happy to have that circulated as widely as possible.
I'll do that, Alyssa, and just make sure I've got the right one. Thank you.
Thanks, Alyssa. Thanks, Kirsten. All right, Gordon.
All right. The next section, as we've discussed before, the community benefits section, which is one of the provisions from House Bill 3409 and our commission's rulemaking charge for consideration of solar developers providing community benefits as an offset, or I don't know if it's mitigation is the right word, but as a benefit of host for a county hosting solar development within its boundaries. And so the issue that what we put here is that making a little more detail in terms of first of all, who can get the community benefit. We've been added a tribal government if that as an option. And then also the more detail about the required public meeting, just that there's the public meeting required, and then we provide a suggestion to counties on how to do the meeting. But that's once again up to the counties. The word there is should, not shall, as you note. And then we have the options for the community benefits requirements. First of all, that the applicants provided public outreach activities, and we further defined what those activities are. So there's no question what's required and what's optional. And then the one-time payment provisions, which we have there, as you can see. And we've talked about that before, and we've floated that number before of $1,000 per nameplate megawatt, and we certainly would welcome any additional comments on the amount involved. And John gave us some examples last time about how much that would equal in terms of actual projects. And if anyone has any questions about that, John's the one to answer that one. All right, Mike, you have a question or comment?
If you could just go down a little bit, my understanding is that it's up to the county to determine which of the compliance methods would be followed. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be up to yes, Mike, you're correct. It would be up to the county, the nameplate capacity amount, or the emergency service provider option, or the microgrid option. John, do you have any other?
I think that's that's good, I think, because obviously different counties will have different priorities identified, and hopefully through the public participation process, they can get the input from their concerned citizens. But I like giving that option and having that range of different requirements that the county determines. I had previously, I'd had some concerns that just, the simplest thing is to a dollar amount per megawatt. And if that completely absolved a developer, I was not comfortable with that approach. So I like this this new arrangement.
All right. Well, thank you, Mike. All right, now here we get to the size issue, and I would note also Emily Griffith of Renewable Northwest brought up this issue, not involving this rule, but we'll get to in Division 33 in terms of sizes for that option. But these are the sizes of the high value farmland, any that happens to make it through the sieve of these of the three buckets and not be in bucket number 3. Can cover no more than 240 acres. And then the arable land, which is the medium types of lands, 2,560 acres, and non-arable land. The size is not limited by this rule. And I would emphasize once again on this third one, the point of this, the counties can only review applications on non-arable land up to 3,840 acres. So if a project was larger than that and had, as a result, went to the Energy Facility Siting Council, the Energy Facility Siting Council on non-arable land, if for a county that had adopted this program, in other words, say County X adopts a program for Goal 5, a Goal 5 program for renewable solar energy facilities, and goes through and it's part of their comprehensive plan. If a project in that county of greater than 3,840 acres on non-arable land came forward to the Energy Facility Siting Council, the Energy Facility Siting Council would not require a exception to statewide planning Goal 3, whereas currently they would. And that's the provision of this rule that is a key point. And we have reviewed this with the Department of Energy staff as well. So I just wanted to emphasize that point here. Then we have additional review standards, and once again, these are pretty much unchanged well, actually, they're not unchanged. Some of them are. The military airspace provisions are pretty similar, or almost the same. The one area that has changed quite a bit, not quite a bit, but some of the details have changed, and that is the required study when there is a concentration of facilities on lands in an area. Um, we sometimes call it the cumulative impacts analysis, although there are some that don't like that phrasing. But let's for the series of for the simplicity, let's call it a cumulative impacts analysis. If there is and this is something that is carried over from the existing rule that applies to all solar development in Oregon, Eastern and Western. This would apply it as part of this only in Eastern Oregon, and would change the numbers to reflect the larger parcel sizes. The current language talks about acres in the, I think 40 and 80 acres of land in a certain area, which is numbers that are appropriate in Western Oregon, but not Eastern Oregon in terms of size. And basically the idea is that you would go into look at a 2-mile radius of a project. And if there were at least 320 acres of facilities within that 2-mile radius of the proposed project, which had been either constructed or obtained building permits. In other words, not projects that may have just gotten tentative approval or just sitting there, which as we saw when we toured Morrow County, there are some projects like that. If that was the case, then the county would need to look at the issue and see if that additional solar facility in that area would materially alter the overall land use pattern of the area in terms of its agricultural capabilities. And it would be a fairly subjective test, but the county would consider the evidence and make a decision based on that. In talking with John, it's my understanding that this provision in our existing rule has never, to our knowledge, been actually invoked because no area has ever had a solar facilities in that concentration that required this rule to be invoked. I would certainly allow anyone to dispute that because that's our understanding at this point. But this is kind of addressing that issue of cumulative impacts. And the existing language we had last time had 2 different standards, one for high value and one for arable lands. This would make it only, let's see, both high value and arable land, a single number for simplicity, and going forward with that. So unless anyone has any additional questions about that, we'll go forward. Okay, hearing none at this point.
Gordon, I think there's just one more page, full page after this of this particular rule. I just want to make sure
Yes.
people know that we can take a break. I think we'll take a break right after this one and then pick
Okay.
up 33.
All right.
Back.
Okay. I should note if we went back to the sizes, the provisions that excluded, as I believe John mentioned, that any temporary workforce housing that goes forward is not within the acreage amounts that were set forth, the 240, 2560, and 3840 acres numbers. So, and these are the provisions for workforce housing. We've discussed these in the past, and with some minor changes, we'd be going forward with this language. And then we did include a provision that county can include other conditions of approval. I think, county could do that anyway. But we wanted to make clear that counties can go beyond these conditions of approval that we've set forward or required in terms of the cumulative impacts analysis, things like that, if they choose, on issues such as mitigating wildfire risk. And then let's see, the other provision, and we go on provisions that have changed. I think these provisions here, the original, the rule you saw in February took the lazy way out and tried to, we referred to the other rule and said, go look at that rule. And when we thought about it some more, let's just put the language in this rule. It's duplicative of the language in the other rule, Division 33, but it's there anyway. So this is not a substantive change. These are things that were already being proposed, being required. And then we have the provisions involving the duration of the permit, which are unchanged from where we were before. I think we've just reorganized the rule. And finally, regarding the rule effectiveness, as we talked last time, since we're taking a little longer on this, we'd have the 2-year review by July 1st, 2027 to see who's using the rule, are there any problems with it? Do we need to consider any amendments? And then we thought it was a good idea to continue that review on a 4-year basis and see how this rule is meeting the objectives, which was to encourage solar development on areas with least conflict in Eastern Oregon. So that concludes our discussion of the Division 23 rules and the amendments since our last meeting. And so at this point, unless someone has some questions or comments, Jamie, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, I think what I'll do, Gordon, is let's take a break. Let's do like just a 10-minute break, just come back a little bit after 11 and give people get a chance to kind of absorb a lot of what you just said. We'll open it up for any questions or comments when we come back from the break, and then we'll move into Division 33. Does that sound good?
That sounds great to me.
Okay, let's take a little break. All right, 10-minute break goes quick. Hopefully you had a chance to fill up your tea or coffee, get some water, let the dogs out. Let's go ahead and come on back. Hey, Ruby, if you can take the slide down. Thank you. All right, so Gordon, before we launch into Division 33, I know that we paused at a couple of points as you were going through 23. Just wanted to take a step back and provide some space for folks if people had reflections, questions, comments on 23 before we move into 33. Not seeing any. All right, well, Gordon,
Hey, well, I'll
here we
put
are.
up the next. Let's go to share, and let's see, 33. There we go. Okay, can everyone see Division 33? Let me get back to the beginning. There we go.
Yep, it's there.
Okay, all right. There we go. Let's get started. Remember now, Division 33 is a rule that applies to agricultural land in Oregon, and in this case is relevant here, Eastern Oregon. And so this is the alternative. This is the second of the two methods that are proposed in the rule. The first method we just finished discussing. The county goes through the Goal 5 process, amends its comprehensive plan, adopts a program of significance and protection, and follows the rules there, and has a more customized options for a more customized program for various things like community benefits, agricultural mitigation, the lands that are significant, things like that. This method in Division 33 is a more direct is the direct application. In other words, a county would not need to adopt or amend its comprehensive plan. It would decide to directly apply these provisions and start rules. And this section, once again, there's no. I just want to remind us all that what we're talking about here is that there are four ways a county or actually a developer could have their project reviewed in Eastern Oregon. The first way we just finished discussing, the county has adopted a Goal 5 program into its comprehensive plan. The second way is this method, which applies to agricultural lands, which are almost all the lands that are under consideration. And county would use this method to review an application from a solar developer. The third method is the existing method provided in a different, as shown here at the top of this, section 38 of this rule, which allows an applicant and a county to continue to review applications under those rules. Those rules limit solar development without a goal exception to statewide planning goal 3. And once again, to remind everyone, a goal exception means that it's a project that doesn't comply with a statewide planning goal 3. And there are very discretionary and difficult provisions to meet to justify an exception. There are unique circumstances where a goal exception applies, and the whole point of this rule is to these rules and the legislature's direction is to have a process where projects aren't required to justify a goal exception to statewide planning goal 3 if under certain conditions. And that method, though, is still available. And then finally, an applicant is allowed by state law above a certain size to submit an application to the Energy Facilities Siting Council and have it reviewed by that council under the with the administrative assistance of the Oregon Department of Energy. And so those are the 4 methods, and they're set forth in this rule here. Now we have the definitions. Once again, are we don't have any significant changes here. Then we get to where the facility can be proposed, or how large a facility can be considered under these direct application provisions. And I think we have a hand from Elaine. Go ahead, Elaine.
Hi, Gordon, thanks. You cut out a little bit on my end, and so I may have missed it, but before you get to D, under subpart C, one of the things I just wanted to clarify here is it says the county shall consider applications for a proposed facility pursuant to 45. And I think I answered my own question, but one of the things I just wanted to make sure that the language in CA was not inconsistent with the language up above for 45 little a, big A, to make sure that the subpart 38 pathway still is available.
Okay.
So that's just one flag, I think, to double
Okay.
check when we're doing cleanup that
All right.
is clear.
I'll take a look at that. I'm sorry that you pointed out, Elaine, I skipped over the section because it's unchanged, but this is the opt-out provision that we've been talking about quite a bit. So the other alternative would be the county would be allowed to opt in other words, make a choice and not consider applications until it decided it was going to. But this, as written, says a county is going to consider the applications unless the county commission makes a specific decision to opt out of that.
Okay.
But we will check your reference. The intent of the rule is to continue to allow applications to be submitted if a county, a county would. Yeah, it's a good question though. If a county has the option of not considering applications under Division 38, I think the intent is that a county we'll have to. That's a good point. Let's have some further discussions about that.
It's a clean kind of question.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So the acreage provisions and what we have here is numbers of projects that are lower than if a county does its own Goal 5 program. And we've discussed this in the past. We did get some testimony at the last commission hearing, as we reported, that requesting that these numbers be the same. These numbers, in compared to 240 acres of high value farmland under the Division 23 method, this method would allow 160 acres. Once again, we've added the caveat that this does not include lands devoted to temporary workforce housing. For arable lands, instead of 2560, the number is 1,280, and for non-arable land, which instead of the no maximum, it is 1,920 acres here. This is something that I think in previous meetings the group, my impression is that the group had generally agreed to this. We did receive some testimony from our industry representative questioning this, so we may want to have some further discussion of it. But the idea that, and the staff, at least the department's position, is that we still would rather, we want to encourage counties and developers to go through a comprehensive program under Goal 5, and the acreage numbers would encourage those larger projects to be considered by the county as opposed to this direct application method. But that is a policy question, certainly, of consideration. Elaine, you have your hand up again.
Thanks. I have one question and then one comment. On little d, big A, the language in here is different than in B, C, and C. So it says that it references little d, big D, 7 of this section, and not otherwise limited by D6. And I'm confused by that because on high value, wouldn't all of big D also apply? Why are those called out?
That's a good question. I think we originally called them out as because there are provisions in the mitigation section that we'll get to. Those are references to that, which allow certain types of limited amounts of high value farmland to be considered as part of these opportunities. And so we called those out. I guess the question you would have is whether they're necessary. The idea is that
Or if it's the right cross-reference.
right. Okay, we can check the cross-reference if that's correct.
Okay.
If we've
Yeah, that
we've
would
been
be helpful.
shuttling numbers around and letters around quite a bit, as you can imagine. So we'll double check that.
Yeah, that just wasn't clear. And then I'll make a comment on the policy point about the acres. Is I would encourage that these acres also line up to the FSEC jurisdictional thresholds. I think, when we were talking about splitting out sites from Division 23, in my mind, it seemed like the sites process was going to be something less than the Division 23 process, but incorporating ag mitigation and community benefits. But the way I guess I'm reading this rule is that it pretty much takes most of the threshold, this threshold factors as well as the standards and brings them into 33 for sites. So at this point, I'm not really seeing much of a difference in the level of difficulty or subjectivity that a site would have to meet versus an area. So I think it warrants discussion about having these acreage thresholds align with FSEC jurisdictional thresholds. And plus, then the counties still retain the opt-in, opt-out. So if they don't want to do it, they can choose that.
Thank you, Elaine. Jamie, do you want to lay any additional discussion on this at this point?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we should talk about it now. What do other people think? And Elaine, forgive me, I'm not familiar with what the difference would be. Maybe others might not be.
These acres here are lower than the FSEC jurisdictional acres. These are the old acreage thresholds. So like the areas had the larger acreage allowances that match the FSEC jurisdiction, except for non-arable. So I mean, the suggestion would be to bring high value up to 240, arable up to, was it 2580 or whatever it is. So it's such that it matches the same acreages that are in Division 23.
Other RAC members?
And I think this was something that Renewable Northwest advocated for in their testimony. So I would raise it and as a point to discuss here at the RAC and would be supportive of it.
Andrea, go ahead.
So I have a little difficulty with that in that when you're doing an area, a county's taking an overall look at the area. And it's more of a holistic view, whereas this is a one-off. So I think it should be smaller. Since they've not taken the as I said, the holistic view. And if the state's desire is to have the counties, if the preference is to have the counties go through, the defining an area, why then would you give the same number for a one-off?
Other thoughts, questions, ideas on how to resolve this? Is this something we want to flag for LC, to raise it for the commission's awareness that there's a disconnect? I'm not sure how other RAC members feel. Elaine, can you talk a little bit about how it would be helpful, or can you just share a little bit more?
And I think it helps align. I appreciate Andrea's point about Division 23 versus Division 33, but it seems like the projects under either pathway are going to be held to the same standards. So I'm not sure what it really matters if it's for areas versus sites, because the same review criteria and standards are going to be applied to protect the resources we're trying to protect, to create the incentives for lower conflict siting areas. And so that goes to the point of like, why are the acreage thresholds just not this? They should be equal, and it gives counties the more ability to process projects, which I think there's a desire for some counties to have the opportunity to process more projects with the right safeguards. And I think these rules are evolving in a way that provide good safeguards for lower conflict siting areas. So I think that's the point that Renewable Northwest was trying to convey for its membership. I'm not here to speak for them, but as a member of the organization, I mean, I think that's where they're coming from as these rules evolve. If we're trying to drive development to lower conflict sites through county reviews, it makes sense to have more alignment with the acreage thresholds, with such that they could process all sizes of projects that are not subject to FSEC jurisdiction under these rules if they so opted to.
Andrea, anything more to add, or others want to weigh in on this?
My only thing to add is that I think DLCD needs to take what they're hearing and make decisions, on that. So maybe it is something to flag to LCDC, but also you've just heard from two people.
Yeah,
Right?
that's why I
This is
keep
not an overwhelming sense.
Exactly. I mean, I wanted to flag it for discussion, but
Right.
we don't have a full really representation.
That's why I keep pushing
today,
on
so.
it. Say anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah. Greg?
Since, as Elaine mentioned, this is an issue that was brought up in Renewable Northwest's comments. Do we still have a representative from Renewable Northwest on that could maybe speak to this as well?
No, they're not here. Otherwise, I would have called on Emily.
I think Diane had to jump to their policy call.
Diane, yeah.
So, yeah.
That's right. The policy call's going on.
I do have one more point on this to kind of back up my thing about there is a difference between sites and areas, and that the areas are going to go through a full public process, right? Where the public has more of a choice to weigh in versus a site being considered, right? And it's only going to go through its own process. So, for what it's worth, this is late date for changing a lot of stuff and rehashing stuff. So I think if the comments are into the commission and the comments are into the commission, I would have a lot of difficulty changing what we're recommending as a RAC.
So I'm not seeing other RAC members weigh in. So I think that this is something that we're flagging. And the staff is, like you said, Elaine, taking the input that they've heard from the two of you and from Renewable Northwest, and we'll make a call. All right, Gordon. Gordon, are you still with us?
Yes, he's muted though.
Oh.
Yep.
Hey, Gordon, unmute yourself. He's having a good old conversation just with himself.
Just can't find the right button. I
Sitting
finally
there
found.
talking to yourself.
Oh, well, I'm I've been accused by a certain person of not listening, but not talking. But anyway, let's go on. So where are we here? Let's see. Yeah, we have the okay, then we have provisions that where it cannot be cannot be approved. Similarly, the three buckets, if you will. And then we go on to the lands that are where an application can be approved, and unlike the Division 23, it's limited to these categories. The idea of these rules, once again, is that these are more, if you will, to borrow a phrase from housing language, clear and objective standards. They're not to that level of precision, but they're intended to be easier for a county to implement and have less discretionary than aspects than a county would have if they went through their own Goal 5 program and figured out what they wanted to do on a more customized basis. Here we also have the language involving it's the same language involving cumulative impacts, the 320 acres, and I'm not going to repeat that discussion. We have the agricultural impacts and the community benefits provisions as well. And we have the same, we reference actually the Division 23 language for historic, cultural, and archaeological resources so that the application has the same review as it would under the Division 23 methods for those for that competing resource or other resource or important aspect of the statewide planning program. The same provisions for temporary workforce housing. And
Question in the chat. Question in the chat.
Okay.
Mike Tony.
Let's see here.
Mike asked, did Oregon Water Resources Department weigh in on the water rights language?
I'm going to defer to John on that one.
They did some time ago. Adam and I met with and spoke with a senior level scientist here, kind of in the Central Oregon region, and that was some language that we kind of worked on together. So I mean, have recently? No, but their fingerprints are on it as it stands and has stood for a little while.
All right. Going forward, everything is pretty much similar. As you can see, very little changes here, and that is, and then we have a provision in the well that also was proposed about mixed farm and forest zones. Elaine, you have a question?
Thanks, Gordon. On subpart D, big D, under E, D, should it be or so that you could?
Do you have a page number, Elaine? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on page 4. So subpart little e on D. There we go. You're right there. So we're talking about shall take measures to mitigate ag impacts as set forth, and then we cross-reference back to Division 23, and it says B and C, but I think it's someone could mitigate under B or C in Division 23. There's two pathways. Is that right?
Well, the intent is that for both agricultural impacts and community benefits, the county would do the if you will, the clear and objective method of the payments under both of those, as opposed to its own program, because once again, we're trying to be more clear and objective. We will check those references to make sure that that's the intent. In other words, the county would take a payment or the entity designated by the county would take a payment for agricultural mitigation as opposed to one of its other programs. And
Okay.
then also a C, that they would take a payment for community benefits as opposed to one of the other alternatives. So, but we can check those references to make sure that that intent is reflected in this language.
So the idea is that, because when we were talking in Division 23, there was 2 pathways for ag mitigation. So you're saying that there's a policy choice to have only one pathway be available for the Division 33.
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. And then the other one was in, I think, big E here related to community benefits. You referenced 7B. And that was, and maybe this is there again, there was 2 pathways for community benefits in Division 23. So here we're saying that there's only one pathway available for 33, which is the
That's
B.
correct. The payment per megawatt is what's allowed.
Okay. I didn't realize that was what was going to be specified. I guess I want to hear maybe from the counties of what they think about that, but that helps explain my question. So thank you.
John did, just for clarification, does 7B also include the microgrid and other option as well? Or is it
Yes,
only the payment?
as it stands now, we have talked about whether that's the right place for that or not, but I believe that the draft as it stands does include those items.
So there are a couple others other than just the payment, but the idea, Elaine, is that under Division 23, a county would come up with its own could come up with its own customized program for community benefits that adopted and amended as part of its comprehensive plan. But that would be a fairly discretionary and subjective analysis, and we wanted a county using this method of direct application, where the conditional use permit has come in through the door. The county really doesn't have time to, or shouldn't have the time really to spend a lot of time figuring out an individualized mitigation, which might be discretionary and subjective and subject to controversy and appeal, as opposed to a single or couple of single more direct opportunities.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'll just pause here because Elaine, you asked, you'd be interested to hear from the counties. And we do have Commissioner Williams here with Klamath County. We've got Brandon here, unless he stepped
Lake
away.
County. Lake County.
Oh, Lake, I'm sorry, with Lake County. And then we have Brandon here with Harney and John Eisler with Crook. If any of you want to weigh in.
I'll go ahead and go first. No worries on the Klamath County.
Yeah, sorry about that.
worse. I've been compared to worse counties. But I appreciate the context there. And I think we're good on this language. I don't know if Crook County has anything to say on it. I don't want to overcomplicate the issue and delve too far into the mitigation conversation and community benefits and everything. Elaine, did you have a specific question on that you were just curious about? Okay.
Not at all. Just looking for feedback and making sure we're opportunity to
I mean,
discuss.
it's tough because I could give my own personal view and opinion of what I think Lake County might like to do, but I have been in so many conversations on energy and land use siting around the state, and it truly does vary across the state in terms of what counties feel is palatable at times. And I mean, I've been in so many conversations just this last week and I'm sure Elaine is aware, some of the conversation around FSEC and what authority they have in terms of siting in counties. And, the conversations have changed just in the last year. And there's a lot of opinions out there, and people want to know when I'm in the room, hey, what do counties think? Oh, that's a big question because they think different things, and emotions run high. I mean, if you ask Umatilla County what their thoughts are in terms of setbacks versus another county, you're going to get different answers. So I think honestly standardizing it a little bit might be a good thing, maybe even provide some certainty, just for what it's worth.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks for that. Brandon, if you're around, or John Eisler with Crook County, Brandon with Harney, either of you want to weigh in on this? Doesn't sound like it. All right, Gordon.
Right. Okay, going on, we've got the same temporary workforce housing provisions. And then, let's see, then we have the county can look at some other conditions on things like wildfire if they choose. And then, we've got, similar provisions as elsewhere. We have the timings should be the same. And the rest of it is pretty similar. And then also, as we discussed in the past, is clarifying what to do in situations of mixed farm forest zones. So that's really all we have at this point on Division 33. So unless anyone has any additional questions or issues they would like to bring up, I'll turn it back over to you, Jamie.
Great, thank you. So folks, any other comments, questions on Division 33? I'm not seeing any.
Okay. All right. Well,
Might be a shorter meeting here, Gordon.
miracles will happen now. All right. Yeah, let's see here. Let's go on to the next thing to share, which is Divisions 6 and 4. And let me find those. Where are we here? There we go. This I'm going to the Solar Rack meeting packet that you received, and let's start with Division 4, and we don't really have anything new here. The one question, once again, is let's see. The question about the underlying rezones, and the RAC has, I don't know if there's anything more to say on this. We've talked this through, and really, there's the alternative is to not allow them or to allow them, and so I don't know if anyone has any further comments or questions about this provision. Once again, just as a reminder, it's a provision when there is back to the old method of when there's an exception proposed to statewide planning goals 3 or 4.
Yep, Gordon froze. Unless it's just Gordon.
And
yep, it is. Hey, Gordon, you froze there just for a moment. And Elaine's got her hand up. Not sure what you were.
Okay, this is there's nothing new on this issue but
Okay.
Obviously there's some discussions, so I'll turn over to Elaine.
Elaine?
Yeah, this I'll just repeat something that we had talked about before, but like this is just codifying what is existing law that it does remain the same zone. I think one of the points that I made earlier is that in some cases there may be an accompanying zone change with the exception to facilitate a rezone in addition to the exception. The way this reads would it arguably preclude an accompanying zone change, and people use reasons, exceptions, and corresponding zone changes frequently for a variety of reasons, not just for solar. So I guess, is it really the intent to not allow a rezone for a solar facility anywhere in the state? And if that's a policy choice, that we need to make sure that that's clear, because what that's saying right now is you cannot rezone any land to facilitate a solar facility when taking a reasons exception.
Yes, I think, Elaine, that's certainly the intent, and that is that when the idea is that when I mean, the counter argument, if you will, is that when a solar facility is proposed on a property, it's while it's a very long-term temporary use, it is a temporary use, and that the land should be returned to its underlying farm or forest zoning once the use is removed. And if the property is rezoned, that's not going to happen if it's rezoned to a rural industrial zone, for example, or something like that. So that's the basic argument there, and I think there's a question, obviously, on that.
Thanks. I just wanted that reflected.
Okay, anything else on this one? All right. Going forward, let's see. Yeah, here we are. The forest, Division 6, the forest zone provisions, and we don't have any changes on this one either. And this is previously we discussed. As we determined quite a while ago in this process, there were some complex and differentiated issues among different forest lands in Eastern Oregon, and issues that we didn't have the time or the ability as part of this rulemaking advisory committee to resolve. And so a more detailed look at photovoltaic solar power generation on forest lands had to await further review. But there was general consensus that the existing standard, which says anything over 10 acres on commercial forest land of this kind of facility, would require a goal exception to this time it's to the forest goal, Division 4, not the farm goal, Division 3. And to increase that to 240 acres, that was a more reasonable number for the situations in Eastern Oregon, as kind of a one size fits all. Anything larger than that was questionable. It's the same numbers we have for exclusive farm use on farmland. The 10-acre number really, John knows the details of how that came about, but wasn't even really related, as my understanding, to solar facilities on forest land. It was just a kind of a general energy rule at the time. And this number, I think the RAC has come to an agreement in the past, unless someone wants to revisit this issue, that this was a more reasonable or good standard for smaller projects on forest land that would not need a goal exception to statewide planning goal 4. So unless anyone has any further discussion of this, you can go forward.
Not seeing any garden.
Okay. Well, and then we have the same mixed farm forest language that is mirrored in the farm goal, because or farm rules, because just the mixed farm forest is an interesting concept, and has some complications, but this makes it clear that counties in Eastern Oregon can use, in those situations, can use either the farm or forest rules as better fit the site. So anyway, that actually concludes our run through all the draft rules. So I'll turn it back over to you, Jamie, and where you want to go from here.
Yeah, thank you. So James, you've got a comment you want to share? Commissioner Williams?
Yeah, sure. I just put something in the chat. I was sitting here kind of thinking about it, mulling it over in my head, and it goes back to a conversation that we already covered. I'm just thinking about those thresholds again for the site versus area, and whether or not they should be the same. Sorry, Andrea. I've been thinking about it, and I really appreciate the call out on the differences between the area versus site. But I just thinking about it, I don't really see the harm in keeping those the same, even if they are treated a little differently. The issue that I had in my mind, and what I was questioning myself on, is that the process is still there. Thresholds change and have changed just in my time a lot, as far as what can go through a state or even local process. but the difference is the process is consistent. And having a variance of acreage isn't as big of a deal to me because you still have an evaluation and an approval process of those acres. And I guess it, it's I kind of feel like it really isn't, it doesn't hurt anything to have those being the same. I do agree, however, that it's probably a little late in the game to be changing uh, big pieces of these recommendations. So I think I'm fine with this being entered in as comment. But I don't know if we could say that these comments truly represent the majority of the committee at this point in time. So just just throwing in my 2 cents, quite honestly. I know it's kind of late in the game, but I was just thinking about it and felt like I ought to comment.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Williams. We really appreciate the perspective of local government on this, and we will take this forward for the commission to consider this as an alternative. Certainly, we can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Just because I know we're wrapping up here, and I thought I'd also offer some comment to something that was done earlier. I apologize, I couldn't jump in at that point. I had other people coming into my office. Um, but going back to an early portion of the meeting, I think it was around 10 or so, we were talking about some the tribal input and some of their concerns and so forth, and looking at that non-arable land and some of the other benefits that that non-arable land could represent at times. I think honestly, this is an argument that I've stated many times in committee, that that non-arable land, although it's not being used for heavy irrigation and so forth, and the AUMs are limited as far as what you can do with it. I think I actually was ridiculed at one point for making a comparison to some of the non-arable land as the land that the devil gave back. I think was my exact comment. There's some places where the sagebrush doesn't even grow right. It's just not very good soil, and it's difficult to manage. It's very flat, and then there's a lot of it, thousands, tens of thousands of acres in my county alone. So, the argument was, are there areas within these non-arable lands that don't have the habitat, the critical habitat designations? They don't have the same benefits to the wildlife and agricultural uses and so forth, and could also be good, appropriate placement for this type of development to preserve some of those other more critical habitats and so forth. I remember I specifically did this twice. I brought in the question about those cultural lands and those cultural elements that we want to preserve also. I drove through Christmas Valley with a member of the tribe in my vehicle, specifically going out and looking at lands that fit this category. And we had this conversation where we want, as local governments, we want that input. We want the input of what some of these landscapes actually mean to the tribal entities and the tribes, as far as how do we, when this development comes, how do we prioritize placement of this type of development on these landscapes that don't have these cultural impacts, to preserve some of those others and to push them away from some of these areas that we want to maintain and keep. I guess I just wanted to throw in that caveat that this has been an ongoing conversation. This isn't something that just came up because of a letter. Long before that letter, I had a member of the tribes in my vehicle driving out there talking about this exact issue. So want to go on the record with that, I guess, probably more than anything.
Yeah, appreciate that reminder, Commissioner Williams. Mike?
Yeah, just on the same issue. I think, we haven't really discussed it much, but there are communities, I assume, or members within communities that also value other or attribute other values to non-arable lands, in addition to habitat for wildlife, archaeological or cultural values, just in terms of scenic values, iconic landscapes. That I don't recall us really addressing that, but an area could be, of no economic use, I suppose, and yet could have some very important iconic values in terms of landscape and scenic beauty, and we don't really have a metric for that in our evaluation, but I think it's something that communities could probably identify and address and determine for themselves.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Mike. I remember we did talk about that earlier that for the other values, for view sheds and special places for counties. It seems like that the rules as written allow counties to take that into consideration as a part of their process. So, I mean, but I think it's worth saying, that these are things that we've talked about. Gordon, I saw you come off mute.
Well, I was going to say, in response to Mike, that I think one of the points of the Division 23 process, especially, is to allow counties to customize their program in their county to deal with issues that aren't directly addressed in our rules, such as you brought up scenic vistas and views and things like that. Just wanted to point that out.
Jamie, if I could.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. And Mike, thank you for raising that point. I remember presiding over a particular case here in Lake County where the scenic view was brought into question of a particular solar facility that was over 20 miles away. And when you live in a place where you can see the curvature of the earth in places, uh, um, scenic impacts, are easily, the arguments are easily made. There's kind of a picture behind me of the Summer Lake area, and you can actually, from the same mountain, you can actually see Sisters and Mount Bachelor over 100 miles away. Scenic vistas, it's always an argument that comes into question, and I have raised this point a number of times that if there's anything you need to know about Oregonians in general, is that we love our land. We even, on occasion, love our neighbor's land, perhaps beyond what is morally appropriate. And it is a rub, and I think ultimately, though, it comes down to the fact that we care. And we look out our kitchen window, we look beyond our fence line, and even though we don't own that land, we don't have necessarily any claim to it. The tribes definitely have a claim to the scenic beauty and the preservation of these landscapes, for many reasons beyond the cultural pieces that we can articulate in a meeting like this. I think a lot of these things are very difficult to articulate, and we want to preserve them. And that's where the caring comes into play, is we want to see them preserved. And if there are sacrifices to be made with our landscapes to accommodate energy generation or energy stability and resiliency within our region or area or state or country even, we want to ensure that those sacrifices are not for nothing, and that they actually benefit the areas that are actually ultimately making the sacrifices with these landscapes. So I'll just kind of end those comments there. I know we've had some discussion along these. Some of them branch into more of an ideological point of view, but I think it is important that the conversation is had, and I do appreciate these points. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. We can always count on you for that great philosophical, perspective. It's really, really helpful. Appreciate that. Hey, Mike.
So since the commissioner is kind of sharing some of these deep thoughts here, now I wanted to bounce one off you, Commissioner Williams, here too, and it relates back to the conversation on the acreage thresholds and whether or not having, from your perspective, and realize we're talking to one county here, but having a higher acreage threshold in the Division 23 as opposed to Division 33, if that would indeed serve as any sort of incentive for the counties to take action that way.
This is a good question as far as serving as an incentive. I don't know. Again, it's one of these things that varies per county. And county commissioners are weird. They are a weird bunch. So I don't know how to answer that holistically and truly represent what counties would look at. I can tell you that just in my 6 years that I've been doing this job, I have seen the thresholds for a number of different land use policy citing rules double, triple, and change. At less than 6 years ago, this was all that legally was appropriate. And now this is legally appropriate. And so I think that both of those, as long as the process is appropriate and representation is had and input can be taken in, I guess don't know if the thresholds are as important as we sometimes make them out to be. If counties are able to actually facilitate those processes in the same way that, say, FSEC or LUBA or whoever can, and through whether it be on appeal or review. As long as the process is appropriate, I don't know if the thresholds are as big of a deal. But I do appreciate that question. Thank you.
I saw Commissioner Bennett come on screen. It seems like that he's moved to share something.
I was just going to affirm Commissioner Williams' statement that commissioners are weird. And having spent 3 terms as a commissioner and retiring as one, a county commissioner, I'll concur with that. And it always makes it really difficult, I would say, when one commissioner is asked. One of the sayings as county commissioners is, yes, you've seen one county and that's one county. Because my polling of my former colleagues and planning directors it's a mixed bag on this. As been said earlier, the preference of the counties is going to be that they opt in versus opt out. Politically, that's more viable. I'll be blunt about it. I can say this when Commissioner Williams is a little more it has to be a little more circumspect on his statement, I guess would be the term. And so that's going to be, I would say, an issue that probably be in front of us at the commission. I'm sure that they're going to want to weigh in on that. But other than that, there's been a large wait and see on how this comes out. I think that as I discussed with Director Bateman and Deputy Director today, counties are seeing, as most of you probably saw in the news, that 21 of the 36 counties are in a deficit position. That will probably result in a more broad look at whether or not a solar development should be in a county. So I think that may change the landscape somewhat for some of the more counties that were more conservative about the approach. And they're going to be looking strongly at the community benefits part and also the taxing structure, which is controlled by the state of Oregon and Department of Revenue. So there's going to be a lot of factors that come into play as this moves forward.
I think Brandon needed to leave, but I think he's already gone. I was going to just share, we're all thinking about Harney County right now, but And thanks for that, Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah,
Dan,
thank you, Commissioner Bennett. I really appreciate those comments and for the confirmation of my comment.
Dan Huber, you had your hand up, but then it went down.
No, yeah, I think we can just move on. Sorry, I was gonna press a little more and ask Commissioner Bennett for Commissioner Williams. Sorry for some more perspective since that was some good perspective, but I don't think it's necessary if everybody's ready to move on. Keep it focused on the
Yeah.
voting members.
Pick up the phone, give him a call.
Yeah, feel free to give me a call anytime. I'll put my phone call in the chat if anyone wants to reach out to me or if I've perhaps offended anyone with some of my very blunt comments at times.
Not at all. Thank you for that.
Not a shy group here. If anybody was offended, we'd all know. So at this point, it's a few minutes before noon. I have a proposal for all of you to consider that we take that I don't want to shortchange our time together, but given the the lack of discussion needed around a lot of the rule walkthrough that Gordon did, it feels like we don't need the afternoon. If I can be so bold and to say that. And so I propose that we take the next 10 minutes or so to talk about next steps and wrap up and then end our meeting, if that feels appropriate for folks. Anybody have a different opinion or feel like we need to spend more time, take a lunch break and come back?
Jamie,
Yep.
if I may. I just worry a little bit for folks that think that maybe they were going to be coming back after lunch. I wonder if folks would be willing to come back. I'm thinking Damien in particular. Just a bit worried about that.
Mm-hmm. What's that? I think it's just Damien.
I can't say that the
I'm
council
looking.
member, yeah, I can't say that council member Anderson would be able to join given what's going on in Klamath County, but I know he was going to try and touch back in this afternoon too, but I'm trying to scroll back and look at what Damien's availability was.
Andrea's hand is up.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, Andrea,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
would appreciate pushing on and ending since I basically have to be gone in the afternoon.
Yeah,
So
I remembered that you did. Why can't I find Damien's message?
He said he's out of pocket till 1:30.
Oh,
Jamie.
okay. Oh, there it is. Yep, out till 1:30. I see. So Jeremy's suggesting. So, all right. So we've got a few folks that are saying that maybe we should just touch base after lunch and then that give people an opportunity to get on. Damien's not going to get back on till 1:30 though.
why don't we go till 12:30 and then you can come back on at 1:30 and then I can be gone and he can come back.
Yeah, and we can tell Damien we're got it all sorted out. We're all good.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only other items we had were just talking about the next steps and the time frame. So, Elaine, go ahead.
A little late this morning, and so I just came in when we were talking about the ongoing tribal consultation that's happening and potentially having a need for a follow-up meeting of the RAC after that happens. Can you just make sure to touch on that in next steps?
Yep.
Of how that goes in. Thanks.
Yeah, Kirsten, you want to talk about that?
Sure. Thank you, Jamie, and thanks, Elaine. The more we think about, and I've been consulting with Director Bateman, we think it's probably safest and most prudent to extend the public comment period to the end of the month and come back that week of April 21st. Because we haven't been able to be at tribal council yet, as requested by the tribes for formal government to government consultation with the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. So we'll meet with them at their council next Wednesday, and then if we could, as staff, come back with, a mini packet for any changes that would have happened subsequent to that or any proposals, and then, get that to the RAC members, and then sort of have a mini meeting that week of the 21st. We'd be grateful. We'd be extending the public comment period then through the end of the month. Just to be safe, we'd need to notice that.
And Elaine, the other thing we talked about is Adam doing a doodle poll out for everybody to land that meeting date, the week of the 21st. If we choose to move forward with that, it'd be a short meeting, just a couple hours max, probably. So it sounds like people are willing to sign back on, and that way we can just have a proper closeout. Damien's not coming back till 1:30, and Andrea, you're going to be gone anyway. Is there anything else that we need to talk about as a full group before we lose Andrea? And if the folks want to just come back at 1:30 just to do a closeout check-in. The other option is we could just reach out to Damien and see if he's good for us to be done.
I guess I do have a question on why. So the RAC is done. The RAC has a report to give to LCDC. Why does the RAC need to come back after the consultation, which is a DLCD thing rather than a RAC thing? That seems not right.
If I may.
They're not just commenters, right? This is your government to government consultation after we've given our report, basically. I don't understand why. I feel like we're like going around the same circle over and over now, right? But that it's not what they're going to come back with for comments are not really going to be RAC relevant comments. They're going to be LCDC, DLCD relevant comments.
Thank you, Andrea. I mean, Jamie, if I may, in that they would affect county protocol, we'd appreciate an opportunity to come back and socialize that with this group. We just aren't in the habit of, acting, we DLCD is statutorily married to cities and counties. We are not we can't the sound of one hand clapping without the cities and without the counties in this case. So we'd appreciate an opportunity to come back and check back in. Otherwise, staff at least feels a bit incomplete. So we'd go, be in consultation, come back with those recommendations, come back. Whether or not the RAC would choose to weigh in would be up to RAC members. But I think, Elaine is also raising a good point in the chat, which is, have we really touched on the Kearns and West report today? So Jamie, that might be something to sit with when we come back together at 1 or 1:30.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, and Andrea, I'm not sure if that kind of gets at your question, but
it
is
it
keeping
does,
all
and
parties at the table. Yeah.
It does, and it kind of affirms it back to me that we're not just a county city group. I mean, there's a lot of us from other things that if you want to reach out to counties, there's only a few representatives here. There's probably a better way to run that by counties than to bring it to the RAC.
I think what the deputy director is saying here is that, having it at the RAC level is really crucial because of transparency. And also, it can be really spent a lot more time dissecting than when it ends up just flat out in front of LCDC, especially some of the new rules on public engagement by the commissioners, and that, there's this legislature puts some real hard stops for us as commissioners. And I think that there is, in this more informal atmosphere, it's a lot easier for this to be put together and included in the appropriate reports. And for me, as the liaison, to be carrying it back. And I believe that yes, unfortunately, it is another meeting, and humorously, I have complained that I've been meeting to death on this one. But I really think that it needs an opportunity to be really carefully vetted, making sure that the industry is well represented and has a voice on this. There's limited numbers of the folks from the industry here today, and we want to make sure that this is the best product. And one more meeting, while it's one more meeting, of getting the RAC's point onto it, the counties will have their opportunity to weigh in. But I I think that the success of this has been by having lots of dialogue and lots of understanding by both parties, or all parties, uh, to this equation. And I see it as a real positive, although I agree, Andrea, that at the end of the day, counties and governments to governments is going to be probably the driving force. But it's better that you have your voice and it's heard and it's documented. That's my 2 cents worth. And I
So,
couldn't find where to put my hand up, or I would have. I apologize, Jamie.
yeah.
Andrea, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the concern that a bunch of us raised back in January. It's legislative session and we're really busy. I mean, we're having less and less people at the RAC meetings. So you have less of the RAC to respond. It's I don't know, I'm just a little frustrated right now because number one, I'm looking at the week of the 21st. There is no way I even have 2 hours. Right? It's because we signed on for a certain length of time. We've extended it. And how many times do I report to my board? Oh, nope, sorry, I've got to spend more time on this when, the RAC is really weighed in on the RAC's issues.
Okay, let's say,
So
Andrea.
I know I'm going to lose on this point, but I just really want you to recognize a bunch of us, and there are folks on here who are not paid to be here, right? That this is recognize that for something to feel better to the department, what the imposition is on the RAC members.
Thanks
Jamie,
for
if I
that.
may.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Thank you. And Commissioner Bennett was far more eloquent than me about the benefit of coming back before the RAC, but certainly it's voluntary. And I would offer that, if at 1 or 1:30, Jamie, if you could, hold the conversation about the RAC report and the Kearns and West report, I think that's important so that, everyone can feel that piece is closed. Yes, we have one piece with respect to cultural resources circle back on, and whomever can make it, will take it. But that the RAC feels that they're able to really complete the majority of their work today, I think is imperative. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kirsten. And Andrea, thanks for being so honest about how you're feeling about a future meeting. And what we talked about was, I don't know that it's even a foregone conclusion that we're going to meet again. I think that the agency director and Kirsten are going to meet with council next week and then make a determination, is my understanding. And then we were going to do a doodle poll after that. So thanks for weighing in. I think they're going to take that away and consider that in terms of whether or not we actually meet that week. So that being said, here we are. It is 10 after 12. So let's go ahead and take a break until 1:30. We'll come back and probably just briefly do a closeout, loop in anybody who we've missed in the morning that needed to leave and that's coming back, and then and close out our work together. Does that sound good? Okay, well, we'll see you all at 1:30.
Thank you, Jamie.
Here are some results
All right, everybody, welcome back. Appreciate folks' willingness to come back and finish out our meeting. So Jeremy had put in the chat before we broke that it was an opportunity for people to reflect on all of the pieces that Gordon had shared in the morning to see if there was any more questions or any more discussion that we needed to have. So that's one agenda item for our time together. The second is to clarify and get any feedback from folks on the RAC report, knowing that you have more time in front of you to do that as well. So that is the second agenda item. The third is to talk about what happens between now and the LCDC meeting in June. And so just the next steps, maybe hearing from John or other staff around staff report or, when materials would go out. So those are 3 items for us to talk about here in our time together. Am I missing anything? John, can you think of anything else?
Well, the only thing perhaps would be what happens subsequent to the LCDC meeting hearing in June through the first of the year, which is the kind of space that would be used to come up with a report for the legislature and those other parties identified in House Bill 3409.
Okay.
And Jamie, if I could, this is Kirsten, the only just PS I'd put on that is our charge did direct us to identified resources that would be needed to carry forth the rules. So love for folks to be thinking about in terms of cultural resources and what the counties, what all parties might need for to take into consideration information provided in the context of a permit application for an identified but unmapped cultural resource. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kirsten.
I
Gordon?
should say
Oh, go ahead.
I should say uninventoried. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah. Gordon, anything else from your perspective that we need to cover in our time together?
No, not in terms of the content. Oh, excuse me. So just in terms of the process, I think John would be best to go over that while I continue my coughing just a minute.
Yeah, get some water, get a cough drop. So let's just start with any further reflections, observations, anything else we need to capture with regard to the rule language and revisions that Gordon walked through all in the morning. And we had put on the agenda that we could do a round robin roll call, but I don't know that unless somebody. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, just Commissioner Bennett said that his camera's not working. So we're sorry to not see your smiling face.
Jamie, it says that the host has locked me out.
Ruby, what are you doing?
Random, let's see.
Ruby's checking on it for you.
All right, I think I just sent a request to start your video, Commissioner Bennett. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, let us know, anybody else, if there's a random lockout. It was certainly not intentional. So I was saying that we had on the agenda that we thought we might do a round robin roll call, but that was really, we only have 5 RAC members here. Thanks, Ruby. I would say that it didn't seem like that was necessary unless somebody felt really strongly about changing their weighing in one way or another. When we did the roll call at our last meeting, everybody was either a 3 or a 4. And for those watching who might be just tuning in for the first time, we did a what's called a fist to 5. Oh, great. We did what's called a fist of 5 consensus spectrum, where if people put like a number one or a fist or a number one or a number two, that meant that they were really not supportive of things moving forward. If they were a three or four or five, that was increasing support for moving forward. And everyone, and we had a quorum at the last meeting, and it was everybody was either a three or a four, so we're going with that. But let me pause. I'm not seeing any other discussion. Greg, go ahead. Thank you for raising your hand.
I was just going to note that I was not at the last meeting.
Oh.
I didn't have an opportunity to weigh in, and I will do that now and say I'm a 4.
Great. We really appreciate that, Greg.
Okay, thank you.
Any other voting RAC members that were not at the last meeting that would like to weigh in? John, I know at the last meeting, that was your first meeting.
That was my first meeting,
And
and I
you had
recused myself.
abstained.
Yeah, abstained. I've seen enough now, and I think I'm involved in the process enough to go to 4.
Great, thank you for that. Really appreciate that. Well, the where people are on the consensus spectrum is really helpful information for LCTC. Anybody else?
Jamie, Mike.
Mike, yeah.
Just a question. Is this a formal vote now requiring a quorum of the RAC, or are we just kind of testing people's sentiments?
We did that last time because we had a quorum. We did the vote of where people were at because we did a vote, what was it, 2 months or 2 meetings prior to that, where we had a lot of ones and some threes. And so we did work between those meetings to see if we could move people more towards a support based on the revisions to the rule. And at the last meeting, we had a quorum. And so we did a roll call and we captured the sentiment of everybody who was at that meeting for the draft that moved forward. And as you saw today in the conversation, in the presentation that Gordon made, there were very few revisions based on, between the last meeting and this meeting. And we just wanted to make sure that people knew what those were. So we're thinking that the what we did at the last meeting, because we had a quorum, was the vote of the group. Your eyebrows are really raised, Mike. Is that surprising? Something else you want to share? Maybe I just caught you at an awkward moment. Diane?
Yeah, thanks. I just had maybe a process clarifying question. And maybe this is to DLCD staff, is where we head from here, whatever we put forward after this meeting goes to LCDC, but then does it go through an actual rulemaking? Like, is there going to be more churn or discussion on what's put forward from the RAC, or is like what goes forward from here to what will be implemented into rules? I guess I was just wondering, because I think there are some detailed questions that we've raised and a couple others might have raised that potential. I just want to be clear on, is this the last chance to discuss it, or is there going to be more chance to discuss it before it becomes actual rule? Thanks.
Looking at DLCD staff who want to answer that question. Maybe it's a Gordon.
Well, the process here is now, Kirsten did talk quite a bit about our consultation with the Warm Springs and the potential for coming back on that issue. Other than that, we are, this is the input of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee that we're getting here. We'll have public comment open until April 11th at this point, maybe later. And at that point, it's up to the responsibility of the department to put together a final package that will go to the commission for its meeting in June. And there won't be additional public comment after April 11th. The commission is going to deliberate at that point, given all the information they have. But I can tell you that given the fact, the situation, the department will not be putting together any surprises for the commission meeting because, our draft, our final recommendation to the commission will be based upon the work that this rulemaking advisory committee has gotten and any additional public comments. Since then, other than potentially the issue involving archaeological and cultural resources, I don't see significant changes. I think, we're going to obviously consider in our recommendation the discussion today about the acreages, for example, but we wouldn't, and I think we would be acting in bad faith if we suddenly showed up at the commission with completely different acreage numbers than what we've discussed here. So that's really the road going forward.
Thanks. That's super helpful. And so I guess if we had fine tuning things, I mean, to be clear, I think that the rule, what is being considered right now is in good shape. But as we look at it and think of the minutia, there might be small things that we could put forward, say in our comments for consideration, if that sounds reasonable or
Yes,
what you typically
Diane.
expect.
Definitely. In fact, we would welcome any of your, for instance, Elaine had some very good
Right.
little minor points, but we're going to look closely at those to make sure that we've got consistency and things like that. So we'd appreciate any in your review and others if they have see any other issues like that. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Perfect. Great. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, thanks, Diane. And then Dan, okay, Dan got his question answered. Any other RAC members want to weigh in on where we are, or if you didn't get a chance to voice your number on the spectrum and you'd like that for the record, this is an opportunity for you to do that. Not seeing further discussion and not seeing further people wanting to weigh in, let's talk a little bit about reports. So you just heard from Gordon that there's a staff report that gets put together. Thanks, Bill, for letting us know. There's a staff report and set of recommendations that gets put together for the LCDC packet for their meeting in June that takes into account the work of the RAC, that takes into account the public comments received both in writing and during the geographic hearings and the staff's recommendation to LCDC. So that's the LCDC report. A companion report to that is the one that we sent around from Kearns and West. We talked last fall that RAC thought it might be helpful to have a independent RAC report that's really that doesn't include necessarily it doesn't include the staff recommendations, but it's more of this is what the RAC, this is the RAC's process, this is who was on it, this is the attendance, this is what we talked about. These are major issue areas that we discussed and resolved. These are maybe some outstanding things for the LCDC to consider. And so that's that report that we sent. And we welcome you to take a look at that. You can send any comments to us directly. We'll do a round of revisions, and then we'll be submitting that to LCDC for their consideration as a closeout to the RAC's, to our role with the RAC's work. So I want to pause there and just see if people have any questions about that RAC report, or the staff report, any of these materials that are going to be developed after this meeting. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, process again, Jamie. How much time do we have to kind of review that? I've looked at it briefly, the RAC report that was kind of in the meeting material there, but what's your timing for that?
So I asked Kirsten that earlier, and we have two dates. One is April 11th, which is the current date that public comment should be closed. So we would want to get your comments into us by that time. The second one is if public comment is kept open, then we would we'd be able to take comments from all of you till the end of the month. We just need to be able to turn it around and get it to LCDC in time. Oh, maybe I misspoke. Kirsten?
Not at all, Jamie. Just to amplify and say that probably we should just make that decision to go ahead and extend the public comment to the end
Okay.
of the month and plan to come back to the RAC as Commissioner Bennett has advised. We really feel like we want to daylight any further recommendations that would come out of government to government consultation with this rulemaking advisory committee and collect any further feedback before we close the packet up for commission. So it would be a April 30th, 11:59 p.m. cutoff now. Whether or not, Jamie, you would like to call for comments on the Kearns and West report before that time is another matter, but that would be the close of all public comment. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and I think it makes sense just to keep it all the same date, just for ease of people to remember. So folks have a little less than a month to sit with that report to get us any feedback, and again, it's meant to be an independent accounting of the work of the RAC. So
So thanks for that, because it helps me understand that essentially this is just another piece of public comment, the RAC report, and it's not something specific for LCDC in their packet that would go as a companion document, say, to their staff report.
It will go as an attachment. Sorry, thanks, Jamie. Thanks, Mike.
yeah. Yeah, it was one of the requests of the legislature that that a report be developed. So there's always the staff report, and then this is the report of your work. Diane?
Yeah, my memory is failing me from the 2023 legislative session and what all ended up in the bill that went through. But I believe, was there a request in the legislation to include any areas for further development that fell outside of the scope of the RAC to be flagged in the report?
If I could answer this, Jamie, yes, I believe the deadline, it's either October 31st or November 30th of 2025, a report to the legislature on additional issues and areas that need work. Two obvious ones that the RAC punted on is the right word, but didn't have the ability to do are agrivoltaics and forestry. And the legislature, there's apparently a bill in the legislature on agrivoltaics already, and forestry. But those are the kind of things that would be in, and the department will be preparing that report to go to the legislature this fall.
Great, thank you for that. And apologies since I've been subbing in just for these last two meetings. Curious if there's any contemplation of maybe discussing the ever-present elephant in the room of revision of Goal 13 in that discussion, or just curious if that's come up. I know that's a big one to tackle.
Yeah, our one of our legislative people said that would be sort of like letting the Tyrannosaurus Rex from Jurassic Park into the room. But no, there has been no discussion. That would be some a legislative direction to do that, definitely.
And John just put in the chat. John, do you want to just share what you put in the chat?
Yeah, so what I put in there is basically the portion of that bill that Gordon was referring to, which talks about the kind of things we're obligated to report back on, and it really is what we really is a RAC. Although I think what we're envisioning is not a whole series of full day meetings, as opposed to us drafting documents and sharing and receiving feedback and kind of going to go through in that way, so that we have a complete and informed piece that we can share with the legislature and other parties starting in November. And yeah, there can be and we have been trying to flag certain items that could be good candidates to be included in here, among and perhaps in addition to the straightforward items that are called for.
Thanks, John. And I appreciate that last subsection, small d, on recommendations for technical assistance resources. Just because I remember that one of the things that fell out of the bill that went forward was funding for counties to do the work to implement this. So just plugging support for figuring out how we can get counties the resources they need on this.
So I think at this point, I mean, we've kind of talked about deadlines and timeframes. In summary, the public comment time is going to be extended till the end of April. There'll be consultation with our tribal governments here beginning next week. There'll be some we're looking for comments on the RAC report between now and the end of the month. There'll be a staff report developed that will go for the commission meeting in June. What is the date of the June commission meeting?
32nd, June 32nd.
June 32nd?
I believe
We'll look.
I believe it's 26th and 27th. I don't know that we have scheduled a date certain. I think it has been customary that in rulemaking proceedings that we have tried to get those on the first day. So I would not be surprised at all. I don't think we can guarantee it yet, but I would not be surprised at all if we're scheduled for June 26th.
And do we know if this meeting is going to be in Salem?
I believe it is.
Yes, it is.
Kirsten?
Thanks. And I think, Jimmy, it is, John, it is on the agenda for the 26th. But you're right, things can shift, but planning to do that in case of the need for commissioners to carry over their deliberation.
Okay, well, so those were the remaining next step items. Is there anything else we need to talk about? Did Damien ever join us? Somebody needs to reach out to him and slap him upside the head. Mike?
Is this really our last time together after all of this? Gosh, it seems a little anticlimactic, but I think we're there.
Well, I'm hearing from Kirsten that
Yeah.
the agency would like to get us all together one more time for a small meeting to go over the outcomes from the meeting with the tribal council. Kirsten?
Right, and
Oh,
that
yeah,
is,
right.
thanks, Jamie. That is with the Warm Springs Tribal County. We haven't had any other requests for formal consultation from the other tribes per se, but certainly have been trying to coordinate with them throughout the process. And I think another good question for that meeting is, as just was noted, this small d. So to the extent that we could together consider those recommendations, we would love Rulemaking Advisory Committee members' recommendations for what that final report would include with respect to resources needed to support the county siting process and the engagement of public bodies, tribal governments, and communities in the siting process. So we know that was raised by Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs members, which was, the cost of, archaeological inventories. So, these, as we mentioned earlier, in those slides, and we'll post those to the website too, because I don't think everyone that's on now was able to be on before, but the resources are scarce are all over. So to do it right, what is the best way? And we'd really like Rulemaking Advisory Committee members' guidance on that. Thank you.
Okay, so 2 items. And then we are looking at the week of April 21st. Adam's going to be sending around a doodle poll, probably, today or tomorrow, I would assume, so we could get that on our calendars ASAP. And then we can have the final closeout, Mike, and celebration. We can all do our champagne glass emojis. Kirsten, Gordon, John, Adam, anything else?
And let Commissioner Bennett maybe close, but just from the staff level here, and I'll turn over to Gordon, is it's a tremendous thanks to everyone involved. I know it's been a long stretch, but challenging and really important public policy. Thank you.
I just want to also say thank you to everyone, especially thank you to our community services specialist, Mr. John Jennings, for having us go and see different parts of Eastern Oregon. I can say that as I crossed the border into Harney County, it was the final county in Oregon that I had never visited, and I thank you to John and this group for allowing me the pleasure of discovering a very amazing part of the state and other parts of the state as well. And I know we've had a lot of very interesting and sometimes contentious conversations. It looks like we're coming to a good place to end. And I really appreciate the hard work that you've all put into this, both from the DLCD staff, but especially the members of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. Thank you so much for this stupendous effort that you've all put in.
Thanks, Gordon. John, Adam?
I'll say the same. It was really fun getting to enjoy and explore a lot of the state with all of you over the last year plus. I feel like not only are you a Rules Advisory Committee member, but now you are trusted advisors and friends in a lot of cases. So if it were up to me, we'd be somewhere in Eastern Oregon and we'd have a pizza party at the end of this. But thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate you all.
I'll just echo what everybody else said. I would perhaps phrase things a little differently. I think that we have had some serious conversation that has been a little tense from time to time. But boy, I tell you, this is one thing that I will take away and remember about this rulemaking is that although there has been a difference of opinions, there always will be, and there should be, everybody's been really civil about it. And we've been able to have those conversations, some kind of challenging, difficult conversations. They come back together and laugh and smile with each other at the end of that day. And that has meant a lot to me. I wouldn't rule out a bonfire and a keg in the future of this group. So just stay tuned.
Send us your address, John.
If I could, I give it.
Mike?
Yeah, I wanted to give a shout out to Jamie and her staff. As someone who has done this kind of work for a long time in the past, in my previous life, I know how challenging it can be. And I've just been extremely impressed with how Jamie can track the conversations and not forget details and circle back and include people. And I think all of us felt heard and that our input was valued. And I think a lot of that has to do with the excellent facilitation that Jamie and her team did.
Thank you, Mike. I really appreciate that.
Just one more thing, right? So when we were presented with a list of possible facilitators, we only need to see one name. And that was all we needed. And we're fortunate to be able to retain the services of Jamie and her team. Yeah, so I'll just echo.
I don't think that's legal, John. You need to get some bids. Come on.
We look well.
They looked at a lot of names.
Later.
They did look at a lot of names.
A pretty qualified list, y'all. It was the roster maintained by the state via PSU. So definitely, thank you.
There's a lot of people on that.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. And having worked with Jamie for a lot of years, I echo everyone's comments there, from sage grouse to, I don't know, wolves. You've been there, and the same quality of leadership. Really, on behalf of the commission, we really appreciate you coming back again after it was presented the first time and just fleshing out a lot of these issues, and so that it's a better quality product. It will make our decision, it'll give us a lot of clear pathways. So thank you. I can't say enough how I've appreciated it, how I've appreciated the leadership of the DLCD team, because as I said, at one point there, I thought, oh gosh, this whole thing has gone off the rails, and was somewhat really discouraged. But they pulled it out and they did a great job. And now we're at this point. I didn't make it clear this morning, but I probably should have, with the new guidance from, well, actually from the new legislation and the recent guidance from Department of Justice, we have a cutoff as commissioners that when public comments close, we can no longer discuss with anyone the matter. So I just really want to remind you that if you're reaching out to myself or any of my colleagues, that you do it prior to the close of public comments, which is the end of the month at 12:59, as the deputy director mentioned. So with that, I can't thank you enough. I think this will be a good tool, and I'm excited to see how it ultimately rolls out. And like everything else, as we've discussed several times at the commission level, if it's not working, we need to take another look at it. So I think, and that's across the board. You know, so on any of the rules, the commission is more than willing to take a second look. Sometimes we may not have the latitude to make many changes, but we really want to be responsive and not just have a rule on the books that isn't working. So I want to always extend that comment to you. And with that, Jamie, thanks. I guess we'll see each other whatever day it is it's picked for this interim 13th meeting, which, as I pointed out to Director Bateman, I came in late to the party, but you guys made up for it by having lots more parties so that I could participate. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Bennett. All right, well, it's 2:01, so let's shut this meeting down for today. Folks who've been watching us for live streaming, thank you very much for spending time with us. Watch your email for a message from Adam to schedule that next short meeting, and we'll plan to celebrate even more then. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.